The Senate will come to order. For those in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Robert C. Crowder of Lakeview Baptist Church in Belton, Texas.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts humbled by the responsibility entrusted to us. We ask for your wisdom to guide the deliberations of this legislative body. Grant each leader clarity of thought, strength of conviction, and a spirit of unity as they seek to serve the people of Texas with integrity and justice. Bless this chamber with patience and respect, fairness, and a commitment to the common good that will mark every discussion. Help us listen with understanding, speak with wisdom, and act with courage in the face of challenges. We pray for the people of our great state, those that are in need, those who protect and serve, and those who labor each day for a brighter future. May our work here reflect the deep sense of duty and a desire to leave a legacy of honor and righteousness. Guide us, O Lord, in the path of truth and justice, that all we do may bring hope and blessing to those we serve. In your holy name we ask and offer this prayer. Amen.
You may be seated in the gallery. Thank you, Pastor Crowder. Chair recognizes Senator Schwartner to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today I'm honored to introduce Dr. Steve Ramirez as today's Doctor of the Day. Dr. Ramirez is a family medicine physician in Round Rock, Texas. In addition to his practice in Round Rock, he also serves as a flight surgeon with the Texas Air National Guard, demonstrating his dedication to both healthcare and his country. He is an Aggie doctor, earning his undergraduate, master's, medical school, and residency from Texas A&M University. His accomplishments have earned him numerous awards, including fellowships with the American Academy of Family Physicians and the American College of Healthcare Executives. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ramirez as our Doctor of the Day. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have on my purple today, and y'all know I hail from TCU. So does my husband, Lois Kate. Two sisters. In my family, you're either an Aggie or a Longhorn. An Aggie or a Horned Frog. We've got Jake at Baylor right now. Y'all don't need to say boo or hiss on any of that yet. But I have the special honor today of recognizing the Student Government Association at TCU. As y'all know, TCU opens its doors 152 years ago in Thorpe Springs, Texas, with 13 students, Mr. President. In 1911, the private university moved to Fort Worth and is home now to almost 13,000 students. I can't believe that. It was about 7,000 when I went to school there. They offer 120 undergraduate degrees, over 60 master level degrees, 37 doctoral programs. It was named the number 6 school in the nation with the happiest students. So we have happy students there. And number 25 for best career, job, and placement services in the United States. From student population comes the Student Government Association, which represents the collective voice of the student body and embodies the spirit of TCU community through service, programming, and on days like today, legislation. We're so happy to have them. And, you know, student government started at TCU in the 1910s. And so they knew how important it was to get people active and to have a voice. And so I love your current projects of bringing back the homecoming parade. We need that for sure. Working with the faculty senate, Mr. President, to decrease grade turnaround time. Super important. They want to know how they did. They want that instant feedback. And so we appreciate the projects that y'all are taking on. You recently hosted the Big 12 on the Hill this year, bringing all 14 schools, student government organizations in the Big 12 to Washington to advance for student scholarships and opportunities. And so we thank you for being a voice. We want to welcome you to your Texas Senate. I want to recognize the officers here. Dominic Mendlick is the student body president. Give us a wave there. All right, there we go. Alex Holder, the SGA chief of staff. Julia Laswell, student body treasurer. Reagan Stevens, Student Government Association speaker of the House, and many other representatives and chairs of the SGA. So members, if you would help me welcome students from TCU. Go Frogs, welcome to your Texas State Capitol.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 318 by Middleton, recognizing March 25th, 2025 as Space Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton on the resolution.
All right, members, today is Space Day at the Texas Capitol. And as we know, our space economy and space exploration has played a vital role in our state's history. And if you're here in the gallery, I believe up here on the left here for Space Day, if you could please stand up and wave. So we are truly in a golden age for space exploration and our space economy. Who was not in awe by the Starship launches down in South Texas recently? And I think that's really a testament not just to Texas exceptionalism, but to American exceptionalism as well. And I'll point out that they're fueled by Texas natural gas as well, so part of America's energy independence as well. Texas is home to more than 2,000 aerospace, aviation, defense businesses and commercial spaceport businesses as we continue to be the cornerstone in man's quest to reach beyond the stars Johnson Space Center, Firefly Aerospace, Intuitive Machines, Venus Aerospace are just a few of the groundbreaking companies called District 11 home, and I'm very proud to represent you and your Texas Senate. We have many outside Senate District 11 here with us today as well, like Blue Origin and SpaceX, and I'll point this out as well. The only state flag on the moon right now is the Texas flag. So the growing space industry in Texas contributes to over $11 billion a year to our economy, employs over 145,000 Texans. 18 of the world's largest aerospace companies are based in Texas, and of course NASA is continuing to invest in our great state. And I'll also point out our new Space Institute that A&M has on JSC's campus. We're going to offer space engineering degrees and also have Moon and Mars simulators for those space economy companies. And joining us on the floor here today, we have Acting Director of JSC, Steve Kerner, Texas Space Commission Chair Gwen Griffin, astronaut Reed Wiseman, TARSEC Chair Stephanie Murphy, BAHEP President and TARSEC member Brian Friedman. And in the gallery, we're visited by Acting Deputy Director of JSC, Norm Knight, and a number of NASA JSC employees, Arturo Sanchez, Courtney Beasley, Jasmine Nahia, Catherine Clayton, and Chris Galletti. Members, join me in celebrating Space Day today, and you can meet the Artemis II crew here at noon in the Legislative Conference Center. So come by and see our exhibits in your state capital. Very proud of all the great work that you do. Thank you.
Is there a... Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Miles, for bringing this resolution. And I just want to say to the astronauts that I agree with President Trump. If y'all are stuck on the space station for 9 months, y'all should get more than $5 overtime pay per day. And I suspect that Texas Senate in bipartisan unanimity would pitch in for such a fund. So if this happens again, let us know, okay? We'll have your back. In fact, tell us how we get money to the folks now, because I thought that's maybe a federal law that needs a little changing, but we can't make that act here happen. We have to go to the federal Congress. So thank you so much for your service.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Nueces.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Middleton, for bringing this forward. This is just such a wonderful recognition. And today on Space Day, we celebrate Texas's proud legacy in space exploration. From the early days of NASA in Houston, we were where we first broke through the atmosphere, to the cutting edge advancements made by companies like SpaceX. Our state has, which was, by the way, in District 27, just want to throw that out there, but our state has consistently led the way. We continue this trajectory through innovation, public-private partnerships, and a commitment to national defense. So important that we remember that right now it's not just space exploration, it is a matter of national defense. Recently, we witnessed the incredible rescue of the Starliner astronauts, a powerful example of the bravery, teamwork, and technology that characterize this new era of space exploration. Texas isn't just part of the conversation, we are driving it. And let's keep investing in the people and ideas that will ensure Texas remains America's launch pad for the future in space exploration and defense. And thank y'all so much for all the work that you do and for being here at your state capitol. Welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that we all add all members' names to this resolution. Move adoption.
Is there an objection to adding all members' names to the resolution? Hearing none. So ordered. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today I have a very special recognition of guests down from the Rio Grande Valley. This special delegation is Pause for Help Day at the Capitol. And these are volunteers that work with our Humane Society and help with our best friend, dogs and puppies. And they do a great job. Pause for Help was established in 2022. It's a nonprofit organization with a mission to protect and advocate for companion animals in Hidalgo County. This organization facilitates adoption events, provides transportation services for roaming animals, collaborates with school districts to build and deliver dog houses, and manages a pet food pantry. The organization is supported by a dedicated board of directors and community volunteers who work to increase awareness and promote animal welfare regulations. They work and give of their time, they work and give of the resources to help protect our communities and keep many of our animals safe, and most of us like to call sometimes our dogs our best friend. So please, I have them up in the gallery. I'm going to ask them to stand as I call out their names. Join us in the Senate gallery. We have Deanda Bayi, the Executive Director, Ms. Bayi. Sandra Kemp, the board member, Sandra Kemp. Thank you so much for the work you do, for being such great volunteers and helping protect our animals and helping our children also learn about having pets like our dogs, sometimes our best friends. Please, members, Mr. President, help me welcome our special delegation from the Valley to their state capital today. Welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today I would like to welcome Houston Minority Supply Development Council to the Texas Senate. For more than half of a century, the Houston Minority Supply Development Council has provided business development programming and services to minority businesses, enterprises across the Texas Gulf Coast region. HMSDC also provides corporations the opportunity to connect directly with MBEs and has assisted thousands of small businesses to create jobs, achieve economic self-sufficiency, and increase purchasing power in diverse communities. As of its last economic impact report, certified small minority businesses, enterprises, fueled our economy with more than $14 billion in revenue and preserved more than 70,000 jobs. Members, please help me welcome the Houston Minority Supply Development Council to the Texas Capitol, being run by Kathy Hall, 8-time Ford Marketing Chair Minority Business Input Committee, and Constance Jones, HJ Staff Chair of our MBE Public Policy Committee. Members, again, please help me welcome them to their Texas Capitol.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 319 by Hughes. Whereas members of the Sheriff's Association of Texas are gathering in Austin on March 25th, 2025 to participate in Sheriff's Association of Texas Day at the state capitol. And whereas the office of sheriff is one of the oldest in the history of law enforcement, the Texas Constitution created the office in each county of the state, and legislation requires that a sheriff conserve peace and enforce the criminal laws of the state. Moreover, the sheriff is responsible for the county jail, bail bonds, civil process, and the security of the courts. And in some smaller counties, the sheriff may also act as the tax collector. And whereas the Sheriff's Association of Texas, which is marking its 150th anniversary, is one of the nation's oldest law enforcement organizations, this esteemed association held its first meeting on August 14, 1874, after McLennan County Sheriff Sol Ross, who later became the 19th governor of the great state of Texas, issued an appeal for the sheriffs of Texas to assemble. Association members adopted their preamble calling for sheriffs to assist one another in the execution of laws, in the discharge of their duties against criminals, and in the protection of the citizens in their respective counties and throughout the state. The group continues to follow the dictates of this mission to this day. And whereas sheriffs in our state's 254 counties are elected to 4-year terms, and each sheriff is a member of the Sheriff's Association of Texas. In addition, associate membership in the organization is open to citizens who share an interest in assisting law enforcement officials and supporting crime prevention and policing efforts. And whereas the men and women of the Sheriff's Association of Texas are helping to make the Lone Star State an even safer place, and their work benefits countless people each day. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby recognize March 25th, 2025 as Sheriff's Association of Texas Day at the state capitol, and commend the members of the organization for their many contributions to their communities and to this state.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're so pleased to have a number of our sheriffs from across the state in the West County. Sheriffs, would you stand up while we honor you and brag on you a little bit? Thank you for being here. Welcome. Senators, you know the Office of Sheriff is unique. The Sheriff's Association, as Ms. Spall recounted, is celebrating 150 years, but 1874 wasn't the beginning. 1836, the Republic of Texas created the Office of Sheriff for Texas, but that wasn't even the start. This unique, special, and high office goes all the way back to the English common law. There are certain things that only the sheriff can do, and every one of us knows them. We rely on them. Our communities look to them. We're so thankful they're here. I'm honored to represent the Sheriff's Association president, Ricky Jones, my Franklin County Sheriff. I'm so glad to have Upshur County Sheriff Larry Webb here from Rusk County, Sheriff John Wayne Valdez, Sheriff Cody Shook from Fannin County, my Kelly Cole, Sheriff from Wood County, my kinfolk, Sheriff Cutter Clinton from Panola County, Sheriff Larry Rowe from Cass County is up there. Sheriff Scott Cass from Lamar County. Sheriff, thank you. Sheriff Chris Bragg from Titus County. One of my longest serving sheriffs, Sheriff Jack Martin from Morris County. I met with a number of my sheriffs this morning to tell us what they were up to. And I want to tell you, you know what they did? They prayed for me in addition for all their other responsibilities and service and duties. It was a special time for me. And so sheriffs, we just thank each one of you. We thank the Lord for you. You serve in ways we don't even know about. Your physical safety is in jeopardy. Your family's at risk. The jail you're responsible for, all of your officers, all the ways that you serve. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We thank the Lord for you. So glad to have you today, and so glad to declare this as Sheriff's Association Day at the Capitol. Thank y'all for being here.
The chair recognizes Senator Sparks to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say, just for starters, I appreciate a group that values a good hat. So, and you guys are easy to spot, by the way. No, I too want to stand and just say thank you for what you guys do. Obviously, I represent 45 counties, so I see and interact with you guys on a regular basis, and the diverse skill set that is required to be a good sheriff in today's society, it makes it a really high calling. So, I mean, it's not just law enforcement. It has to do with mental health. It has to do with interacting with your communities in safety needs, and really just this vast dynamic of all of the different issues that touch your position makes it a really challenging spot. And so we appreciate you guys. We don't pray for you guys often enough, but we do value what you do, and we're glad to honor you here today in the Senate. Thank you for being here.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, let me also add my congratulations. I know there's many sheriffs up there. Just a moment ago, I saw Sheriff Coates of Stephenville and Sheriff Pounds of Comanche. I saw you just a moment. There you are. Those are two of my counties I do my best not to speed through. But members, there's also some sheriffs up there that are not my sheriffs, but I've had the privilege to work with, like Sheriff Martinez of Valverde County on border security issues. Many of our border sheriffs do yeoman's work, just like all of our county sheriffs do. But there's a lot of sheriffs that are doing border work that aren't even on the border. So all of you, thank you for what you do, the price that you pay for civil service, the things that you do for your communities and keeping us safe. God bless each and every one of you, and his hand of safety be upon you and your deputies. God bless each and every one of you. Hooah.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart to speak on the resolution.
I am so delighted and so honored to be able to recognize you all up in the gallery. For a while there, I worked at Travis County for about 20 years, working with so many of you all on issues that affect every single one of our counties. You all know best how difficult it is to basically run a hotel that nobody wants to check into and some people are never going to check out of. You all know better than any of us down here on the floor what kind of mandates that you're operating under, being both a correctional facility, a educational training facility, a mental health care facility, and not only that, also being the most incredible diplomats working with innumerable courts that have criminal jurisdiction, numbers of police departments inside your counties, because everybody's got a police department. Now school districts have police departments. So you all are incredible diplomats juggling an incredible load, and I deeply appreciate you. I know that my sheriff, Sheriff Hernandez, was up there. I want to take a moment to brag on her, even though I think she had to step out for a meeting at the governor's office on an issue. But Sally Hernandez, my sheriff, I've worked with 3 sheriffs, 4 APD chiefs. I believe there's more than 20 police departments inside Travis County, more than 25 courts with criminal jurisdiction, and Sally does an amazing job juggling all of that, as I know all of you do too. And we're here for you. Let us know what your challenges are, because your challenges are our challenges. We will never know all that you know. You have forgotten more than we will ever know. So thank you for being here and advocating.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Hughes for bringing forth Senate Resolution 319 in honor of Sheriff's Association Texas Day. Sheriffs, thank you. You know, in many of our counties, most times you are the first responders, whether it's an accident, whether it's family violence, whatever the emergency may require, disaster. You and your deputies are the first to respond, so thank you for everything y'all do. In Bexar County, I'm proud of Sheriff Javier Salazar, who couldn't be here with us today, but you and the deputies and the clerks and everybody that y'all hire to run the county jails, it's a big job, and sometimes the state of Texas doesn't do enough to take the prisoners that should be going to a state jail and getting them out of your jails. And so don't be ashamed or bashful to tell us when we're not doing what we need to do and when we need to step up and make you whole. because we know during COVID there was a little bit of a shutdown. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for putting up with everyone. And the beauty of it is that y'all are representative of the 31 million Texans that we all represent on this Senate floor. And so, Texas is a large and diverse state, and it's good always to see that diversity reflected in law enforcement, and I think that y'all work towards that. So thank you. Congratulations on your day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbu to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes, for recognizing the sheriffs. I just wanted to briefly say I was a Navy officer. My grandfather ended up being a state police commissioner, rose all the way to the top. I have some understanding of the weight of the leadership on you, accomplishing your mission of keeping the people in your county safe, while also worrying about the safety of your deputies, making sure they're doing their jobs. I know that's a big responsibility, and it takes a toll on your families as well and the hours you put in. So just appreciate that very much. I have 11 counties. I have one of my sheriffs, I think, here today. It's Sheriff T-Bob Hogger. It's a great name for a Texas sheriff, isn't it? Where are you? Let me see where. Good to see you. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. Anyway, it's good to see you all. Thank you so much for what you do and your service. God bless you all. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hughes, thank you for bringing forth this resolution. I want to welcome all the sheriffs, but certainly want to point out our sheriff from Harris County, Ed Gonzalez, is here. We thank you for being with us today. You and I have had parallel careers in terms of public service on Houston City Council. You've been a great partner with our office. I know that this weekend we're working on a domestic violence survivors panel that your office has been engaged with. You weighed in and gave your support on some key pieces of legislation like bail reform. We thank you for your public service, and we also want to appreciate the partnership that we've had with your office. Thank you so much, and keep up the great work.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hughes, for Senate Resolution 319. I feel right at home when I see all these hats. I wish I should have had my hat on today. But I really want to thank the sheriffs because they actually have to deal not only with law enforcement, patrolling the back roads, some of the highways, but also they run for public office. So they get the vote of the people. So they also need to make sure they respond to the priorities that are set by the voters. And that takes a lot. It takes a lot of time to not only be in charge of your sheriff department, but also having to deal with the voters. That could sometimes be very demanding, as we all know, and the sheriff's done a great job in doing that and running for re-election, taking care of our families, keeping our counties safe and secure. And for me, I have some border sheriffs here. It's important. I know the issue with immigration has been a big issue. But our border sheriffs deal with extra responsibilities from dealing with the immigrants, from dealing with car chases, and the drugs, cartels, all kinds of challenges along the border. But that goes up north to deal with many of our rural areas where we have our sheriffs out there, somewhat may seem to be isolated, but they're not. We have your back. We have DPS. We have police departments, and you have the Texas legislature backing you up. Today I have up on the gallery 4 of my sheriffs out of Senate District 20. I have Sheriff Benny Martinez from Brooks County. Benny. I also have Hidalgo County Sheriff Eddie Guerra, Sheriff Guerra. We also have Jim Wells County Sheriff Joseph Guy Baker. And we have also Nueces County Sheriff J.C. Hooper. So welcome. Thank you for the work you do, and welcome to your state capital.
Senator Colcourse. Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
To speak on the resolution.
To recognize.
Senator Hughes, thank you for bringing this resolution to some of our heroes from our counties. I want to thank y'all. You're so involved in our counties, in our communities, from young people to helping the elderly. Like Senator Hinojosa said, we put a lot of responsibility on you from immigration enforcement and all the different issues that you face every day. You put the badge on, and so do your deputies to protect us. And we're forever grateful. So God bless you. I see some Senate District 18 sheriffs, and we're forever grateful for your service. Thank you so much.
Sheriffs, thank you. I counted a rough count of about 50 or 60, so about 20% of the sheriffs in the state of Texas. There's something special when you walk out on the Senate floor and look up and see all the cowboy hats and a badge. It tells us that Texans can sleep safely at night. As you know, I think it was unanimous in both chambers. We put $350 million into increasing salaries for all of you and your deputies and others that work with you. That's in the budget again. And I believe that will be perpetual year after year after year, because on a bipartisan basis, we support all of you. We know you have a tough job. I know in that long tour I did across rural Texas, some of you out there with 3 deputies and a lot of square miles to cover, and some of you with lots of different challenges. So we have great respect for you, and thank you for coming today. Senator Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank each member, and I thank again our sheriffs. Thank you for serving the Lord, for serving the people of Texas, and I proudly move passage of Senate Resolution 319.
Senators, let's all stand in honor of our law enforcement that keeps us safe at night. The resolution is adopted. Thank you. Senator Hinojosa, what purpose from Nueces?
To make a motion,
Yes?
I would move that all the names of the senators be added to the resolution.
Any objection? Hearing none. Thank you, Senator. Good move for a freshman. Senator Miles, what purpose?
A small recognition, sir. Mr. President?
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in a second, okay? We have to do something first. We'll come back. Chair lays out the following resolution from Senator Zaffirini. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 307 by Zaffirini. Whereas the Senate of the State of Texas is pleased to recognize Mid-Rio Grande Border Area Health Education Center in Laredo, and to join in celebrating March 24th through the 30th, 2025 as National Area Health Education Center Week. And whereas the Area Health Education Center program was created by the United States Congress in 1971 with the goal to recruit, train, and retain a health professions workforce committed to underserved and rural populations by partnering with academic institutions, local healthcare providers, and community-based organizations to provide education and clinical training. And whereas it is truly fitting that this esteemed organization and similar centers nationwide receive special recognition for strengthening the health professions workforce and improving access to quality care. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 89th Legislature, hereby commend all who contribute to Mid-Rio Grande Border Area Health Education Center on their invaluable efforts to improve healthcare in Texas and in underserved regions across the country, and extend to all best wishes for a successful National Area Health Education Center Week.
Senator Zaffirini, on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to author Senate Resolution 307, recognizing March 24th through 30th as National Area Health Education Center Week. Members, this week offers an opportunity to celebrate the vital role area health education centers play in strengthening our healthcare workforce and expanding access to care, especially in rural and underserved communities. In Senate District 21, the Mid-Rio Grande Border Area Health Education Center exemplifies this mission through its longstanding commitment to health and to education. Established in 1993, the center supports career development for students, continuing education for providers, and health literacy for families across South Texas. It hosts public health events and outreach programs that address issues such as mental health, chronic illness, and aging. The center partners with local schools and colleges to encourage more students, especially from underserved areas, to pursue careers in healthcare. It also helps address provider shortages by coordinating clinical training opportunities in high-need communities. From building the workforce to connecting residents with care, the center continues to strengthen the health of South Texas communities. We are joined today by members of the Mid-Rio Grande Border Area Health Education Center. They're in the North Gallery, and I'd like to ask them to stand individually as I call their names and then as a delegation. Board members Vielma Davila, Linda Flores, Irene Rosales, and Executive Director Dr. Julie Bazan. With the entire delegation in the North Gallery, please stand and be recognized, and welcome to the Texas Senate as I move adoption of Senate Resolution 307.
Members, the motion on the adoption. The resolution is adopted. Thank you, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you. Senator Miles, for recognition, for purpose.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today I would like to welcome Brentwood Baptist Church to the Texas Senate. Brentwood Baptist Church was founded in 1965 by 12 members who held meetings at a local elementary school until the land could be purchased to build a church. Over the years, the church grew tremendously under the leadership of the current pastor, Reverend Dr. Joe Samuel Ratliff, and his wife, Doris. Its growth included building a church chapel, worship center, transitional housing, and individual living with HIV and AIDS for individuals that are living with those diseases, a center for child development, and more. Over the last 60 years, Brentwood has solidified itself as a pillar in the community through 75 ministries to improve the quality of life of its greater Houston community. Members, please help me welcome the congregation of Brentwood Baptist Church, the assistant pastor, Dr. Carolyn Clay Pickens, to the Texas Capitol.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 310 by King, recognizing March 25th, 2025 as Johnson County Day at the state capitol.
Senator King, on Johnson County Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have some good friends in the gallery here today, and that I would like to ask to please stand. And I think you're in the South Gallery, Johnson County. Are you still there? You are. Okay, I couldn't see you from here, but welcome to your Texas Capitol. We're joined here today by elected officials and staff from several cities within the county: Alvarado, Briar Oaks, Burleson, Crowley, Grandview, Joshua, Keene, Venus. I'm sure I left out some. Johnson County is home to a population of over 180,000. It is one of the fastest growing counties, not just in Texas, but in America, and plays a key role in the north central Texas economy. Historically, Johnson County was shaped by agriculture, with early settlers establishing farms for corn, cotton, and livestock. The arrival of the railroads in the late 1800s, including the Santa Fe Railroad maintenance shops in Cleburne, helped fuel economic growth and job creation. Now the county has a diverse economic base supporting industries such as healthcare, manufacturing, and retail. For those visiting Johnson County, we invite you to experience Cleburne State Park, Ham Creek Park, and the Cleburne Railroad Museum, all of which showcase the county's very rich history and natural beauty. Members, my Johnson County constituents are in the gallery, and please join me in welcoming them again to their Texas capital. Thank you all for being here. I know we'll see you a little bit later today. Mr. President, with that, I would move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Members, there is a resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 233 by Eckhart, recognizing the members of the Limon family for their contributions to the Austin community.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we recognize the Limon family, which is up here in the gallery right above my head, so I can't see y'all. But hey there, hey, how are you? We recognize the Limon family, one of Austin's founding families, whose deep roots and enduring legacy have shaped the history of this city and also the surrounding area. For generations, the Limon family has gathered in Austin annually for their family picnic. Proudly, when I was on Commissioner's Court, every year we would authorize that picnic because it was such a fabulous deal. The Limons have lived in Central Texas since the late 19th century when Philippe Limon established his family here, laying the foundations for a lineage that continues to thrive today, thrive and expand. For many generations, the family worked on farms, ranches, and living among the rural communities in Travis and Caldwell counties. And by the 20th century, they were part of the political development and the life of our city, producing public servants, including city council members, mayors, and also our own Travis County Clerk, Diana Limon Mercado, who's right up there. Their history has been preserved by the family genealogist, Catherine Limon Bellier. Are y'all up? Is Catherine up there? Identifying over 3,500 members related by blood or marriage to Jose and Bernabé Limon, who arrived here in the 1890s. The Limon family's perseverance embodies the values of democracy and service to their community, which we all strive for today in Austin. As we celebrate their history, we also recognize the importance of honoring the many families who have shaped our state and continue to provide strength to the fabric of our community. Please join me in welcoming the tremendously talented Limon family to the chamber today. Thank you so much for being here.
Senator Zaffarini, what purpose?
To pay tribute to the Limon family.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, when redistricting occurred and Travis County was drawn, part of Travis County was drawn into a district that included my hometown of Laredo, 240 miles away, one of the first things I was told was, you need to meet the Limon family. And so I have met many of them across generations, and my friend Senator Gonzalo Barrientos was the first one to tell me, you've got to work with them. They are incredibly important people. So before I met any of you, I heard about you. I heard about your leadership. I heard about your compassion. I heard about your legacy across generations. But the most important thing I heard about you is that you are committed to ensure that your children and your grandchildren do even more than you did, accomplish even more than you have, and be better than you are. That is the greatest tribute a parent can pay to a child, and it is the greatest service a parent can pay to his or her community. Truly, you are outstanding in so many ways, and I'm proud to join my friend Senator Eckhart in paying tribute to you as an outstanding family in all of Travis County, and I'm especially proud for all of you who live in my district, my part of Travis County. Thank you for joining us to the Texas Senate, and thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Members, all in favor of the resolution, say aye. Okay, now Alexander, you're going to gavel this in. Stand up, Alexander. This is Lorda's son, okay? 6, right? 5th grade, okay? Hold on, let me move this out of the way. Okay, you want to hit that like really hard. Let me move my phone. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right. Got it, man. All right. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 78 by King, SR 306 by Johnson, SR 308 by West, SR 313 by Hinojosa Hidalgo, SR 320 by Hancock, SR 323 by Zaffarini, SR 324 by Zaffarini, SR 325 by Miles, and SR 326 by Miles.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone further reading of referral of bills to the end of today's session. Hearing no objection. Oops. So ordered. Senator Huffman, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1. Members, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1 represents the Senate version of the biennial budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. It includes $336 billion in all funds and $153.5 billion in general revenue, and is within all constitutional and statutory spending limits. Specifically, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1 provides new property tax relief through additional M&O rate compression, raises the residential homestead exemption to $140,000, and includes a $500 million placeholder for tax relief for businesses. Funding for the Foundation School Program totals $70.9 billion in all funds and fully funds school district entitlements. This includes an additional $1.7 billion to reflect changes in student population projections, $800 million related to increases in the golden penny yield, $5.1 billion for teacher compensation, including $4.35 billion for Senator Creighton's SB 26, and $750 million for growth in the current teacher incentive allotment program. $15 million is contingent upon passage of legislation related to education preparation and increasing outcomes in early literacy and numeracy, also two of Senator Creighton's bills, and $500 million to double the per campus school safety allotment and nearly triple the per student school safety allotment pending the passage of Senate Bill 260. The committee substitute also provides $850 million to an endowment fund to support capital needs for career and technical education programs at Texas State Technical Colleges. There's $6.5 billion to maintain support for Operation Lone Star, which is, as we all know, is our ongoing mission to secure the southern border. It funds over 560 new DPS commissioned officers to bolster public safety around the state. It provides over $100 million and over 550 new staff to improve customer service at the driver license division within the Department of Public Safety, nearly $425 million to improve retention and recruitment of correctional and parole officer positions at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and Texas Juvenile Justice Department. It supplies $3 billion to support the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, contingent upon the passage of legislation and voter approval. It funds projected Medicaid caseload growth. It provides an additional $1.9 billion in all funds to increase the base wage for community attendants to a minimum of $12.44 per hour, plus additional resources for community providers. It provides $10 billion for behavioral health services across 29 state agencies, including additional funding for operations at new or expanded inpatient facilities and for new youth mobile crisis outreach teams. It supplies $5 billion as the second tranche of funding for the Texas Energy Fund to ensure long-term reliability and resilience of the state's electrical grid, and $35.8 billion to address the state's transportation needs, specifically for highway project development, construction, and maintenance. Members, similar to last session, we are projected to have a significant beginning balance and available revenue over the 2026-27 biennium. Our economy is strong and continues to grow. However, revenue collections are projected to return to more normal levels of growth according to the comptroller, and this budget reflects that fact. We again have the opportunity to make strategic, one-time investments, address long-standing needs of our growing state, as well as return money back to taxpayers in the form of additional property tax relief. At the same time, we were very careful to craft a budget that is fiscally conservative and sustainable in future years. Mr. President, my plan is to yield the floor one at a time to each of our work group chairs as they can provide more details of each article of the budget and answer questions specific to those articles. And I would like to start with Senator Schwertner, who chaired the Articles 1, 4, and 5 work group.
Senator Menendez, were you holding your questions? I saw your light on.
Yes, I had questions, but I just heard at the very end of the opening that she'd like for us to answer the questions to the chair. So
that's what we have traditionally done, so thank you. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Chair Huffman and Vice Chair Hinojosa and Governor Patrick for allowing me to serve with Senator Flores and Senator Hinojosa in fashioning the budget for Articles 1, 4, and 5. We combed over 50 agencies in fashioning the budget for these 3 articles. Some of the highlights of the good work that was done in the work group include, in collaboration with Chairman Huffman and Nichols, new approaches to tackling customer service issues with DPS's Driver's License Services Division, including a performance improvement group to improve efficiencies and encourage best practices, as well as new technology to streamline license issuance. tools to empower the Secretary of State's office in other duties related to business filings and election security. In addition, the work group addressed funding to improve retention and recruitment for non-judicial staff across Article 4. The work group made investments in judicial resources specifically for the Children's Commission and the Judicial Commission on Mental Health. Further, the budget has enhancements to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct's complaint investigation and response operations, helping to ensure judicial misconduct is swiftly punished. The work group enhanced funding to maintain service levels for key community supervision and substance abuse programs, ensuring safer communities across the state. Further, the work group had cost efficiency initiatives on inmate infirmary care, reducing reliance on private off-duty, off-unit infirmary beds. The work group also had put in place additional tools to ensure better protection for both TDCJ and TJJD correctional officers. And the work group made investments in our state's Commission on Fire Protection, including additional funding for firefighter training, ensuring that our state is well prepared. Finally, the work group made enhancements and provided for additional tools for the Attorney General's fight for victims of crime and against entities and federal regulation adversarial to the Texan way of life. And finally, the work group enhanced funding for local law enforcement grants to combat child sex trafficking through the trust seed programs within the Office of the Governor. Members, that's just some of the highlights regarding Articles 1, 4, and 5. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of the key items mentioned or other items in Article 1, 4, and 5.
Senator Menendez, did you want to speak on this?
I'd like to ask questions of the chair of the articles.
Okay, question. Senator Huffman, was your intent to do questions per article?
I would prefer to let all the work group chairs make their initial presentation, and then as members had questions, either I would answer them or yield to the appropriate
okay,
work
Senator?
group chair.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So,
thank you, Senator Swertner.
and at this time, I would yield to Senator Kolkhorst, who chaired the Article 2 work group.
Senator Kolkhorst, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to lay out the priorities of Article 2. I want to thank Senator Huffman for her leadership and the honor of working on Article 2. Mr. President, thank you for allowing, you always have to pick Senate Finance, and I always tell the newest members on Senate Finance, and this is the truth, it is such an honor to work on this bill. The only bill that the Constitution requires us to pass, and it has to be balanced. So thank you for your leadership. A couple other thank yous to Senator Alvarado and to Senator Paxton. Thank you both for enduring 3 weeks of starting early in the morning and going into the evening. We ate a lot of Bluebell ice cream along the way, and we had some chips and some other things to keep us nourished as we worked through that. Great input from both of them. I want to thank their staff, Claire Leonard and Danny Salazar, who was with us the whole time, and certainly Maureen Matoyer, my staffer, Andrea Franco, Mr. President, from your office, and Katrina Austin, Madam Chair, from your office, all gathering. I would be very remiss in not saying to Julie Lindsay and the LBB, thank you to your staff. For the many questions that you had to answer. Y'all do a terrific job. Eduardo Rodriguez, Samantha Brock, Eric Schrader, Lyle Blanco, Amit Patel, and Andrea Nicky, and many others that back them up. Members, there were many demands on this budget this session. Much of what a good bit of it we funded last session is now a part of, all of that is in the base bill and requires ongoing support. The bill provided new funding to continue previous increases and to address public health and human services needs. In infrastructure, $328.1 million to fund a new lab for the Department of State Health Services. Rates, $2.4 billion for rate increases, including $521.6 million to support state-owned facilities and to increase community attendance, and also to our nursing facilities. Eligibility backlog, $386.4 million to support eligibility determinations, service contracts for 211 and CMS-related functions, and with that, we gave a number of employees to expedite the backlog that we've seen. IT projects. One of the things that we often say is, what services are we doing? We're only as good as the IT projects so that they can administer those programs. $206.2 million for critical information technology projects, grants management system, and those kind of issues that we see in these agencies. Medicaid operations, $117.3 million to support Medicaid and CHIP operations and to modernize Medicaid enterprise systems. The exceptional item request, members, I want you to hear this. Just from the agencies alone, we're $4 billion in GR and $10 billion in all funds. But through your submission of riders, we saw and went through every one of them, $5.31 billion in general revenue, $11.77 billion. I'm going to say that again, $11.77 billion in requests through your riders in all funds. With that in mind, the Article 2 work group had many conversations on what funding and programs are truly essential moving forward and how we can sustain those programs, Chair Huffman, in the future. So with that, members, this budget includes more than $78 million GR continued investments in operations for mental health hospitals and facilities, with that being a 5% increase for all those facilities. Additionally, investments were made for critical functions in Article 2 agencies. Some of these we've already covered, but $542 million in all funds to increase the hourly rate to $12.44, Madam Chair. You mentioned that in your opening remark, and adds administrative funding for community attendance. Only 2 years ago, members, our community attendants were making $8.11. That's a 50% increase to that hourly rate. $70 million GR increase to address caseload growth in Healthy Texas Women, breast and cervical cancer screenings and family planning. $29 million in GR to replace critical case management systems at DFPS. Something that we've worked on a whole lot, Senator West, was the CWAP population, children without placement. That means they have no place to go. No facility will take them. Currently, members, at some places, we're paying $7,000 a day for children outside of, they're not receiving any treatment. Chair Frank and I worked on this all interim. We've come up with a solution, $28 million in GR to fund rehabilitation of the Terrell State Hospital, Senator Hall, a building there to serve as a step-down residential treatment center for children without placement. That will be significant savings to the state, but we're also doing better for our children as they will receive treatment in that setting. $19 million in GR for FTEs for regulatory department, which inspects and responds to complaints for long-term care settings. Also, as we look at our hospital network, Senator Perry, back to 100% Medicaid reimbursement, $25 million for our rural hospital rates, an additional $25 million on top of the $50 million that we're going to have a total of $75 million in grants to make sure, again, that rural network out there with our rural hospitals is there, not just for the citizens that live there, but for all of us who might find ourselves needing a hospital out there. $180 million in GR in support for pro-life services to pregnant women in thriving Texas families. That's an increase of $15 million. $112.9 million for new CBC expansion funding through community-based care for DFPS. Members, there's so many highlights in this budget, but I also want to say that while this is the second largest article in the budget, both in GR and in all funds. It's creeping past even Article 3. We are meeting the needs of the most needy in our state, those that find themselves with a need, our IDD population, people that we represent, that are not as blessed as us, that need some help along the way. And I think that we were able to really balance this budget in needs versus wants. And with that, I will also say that one of the questions that I asked to each agency, and Senator Alvarado and Senator Paxton, y'all too chiming in, what are the greatest needs of your agencies? And then I asked them the question, if DOJ showed up here today, would they find waste? And the need for finding waste is that we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars, and we also want to take those dollars and get them to the neediest among our population. It was a good journey. I think this is a solid budget. Thank you again for letting us work on this, Mr. President. And with that, I'll yield for questions later in this presentation.
Senator Huffman.
Yield to Senator Creighton, who will cover public ed.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, before I begin, I want to thank Senator Huffman for her leadership, for the Senate finance staff, the entire staff, for how hard you work, and especially Patrick Philpott for working closely with the Article 3 working group all through this process and even prior to the session in the interim. Article 3 Public Education Work Group was extremely efficient, worked long hours this session. That was the result of our staff and senators who served along with me, Senator Campbell, Senator West. Working with you on this has been an honor, and I just can't thank you enough for all the time and input that you've had into this budget process on behalf of our public schools. Again, Senator Huffman, you've shaped a budget that reflects the values of Texas, Madam Chair. Your leadership and open door and commitment to delivering a budget that affects the lives of all Texans. Thank you for the work that you put in to the entire Senate finance and budgeting process. Members, we all know that a budget is much more than a spreadsheet. It's a blueprint for our priorities. It affects the lives of all Texans, and Senate Bill 1 sends a strong message that public education is one of our strongest priorities for the great state of Texas. The budget invests a record $130 billion in both public and higher education, and I know Senator Bettencourt will present on the Article 3 higher education side of the funding and what's in our budget strategies here in just a few moments. Senate Bill 1 dedicates $73 billion in general revenue to education alone, making it the single largest investment in the entire budget. Healthcare and public safety combined, $73 billion in general revenue to education alone. We added $8.5 billion in new funding to the Foundation School Program, supporting enrollment growth, boosting local funding through the Golden Penny Yield, and delivering over $5 billion for teacher pay increases and performance-based incentives. So when critics, members, say that Texas is underfunding public education, the facts tell a very, very different story. It fully funds Senate Bill 26, which passed the Senate unanimously, delivering the single largest investment in teacher pay raises in Texas history, and commits $500 million to improving school safety on every campus across this state. And members, as a reference to that teacher pay raise, it's not a bonus, it's not a stipend, it is a permanent teacher compensation allotment with a statutory amount that continues to fund that allotment going forward. We also made targeted investments in early literacy, numeracy, and teacher preparation, and expanded on the TEA's resources so that parents and educators both will be able to have their concerns addressed and heard should they need to rely on that framework. This budget increases the state's share of education funding and reduces recapture payments by $1.1 billion, easing the burden on local school districts. Members, also, we continued our strong commitment to Texas educators by allocating $450 million to help limit healthcare premium increases, building on over $1 billion in recent investments in the teacher retirement system. Senate Bill 1 is a bold and strategic conservative investment in our future. It puts the state on a path to sustained prosperity for the next generation and puts our schools and our students first. With that, members, thank you for each of you for working closely with us to express and advocate for your schools and your priorities in your districts. And thank you for helping us throughout this Article 3 budgeting process. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Huffman?
Yes, and I now yield to Senator Betancourt, who will do the higher ed portion of Article 3.
Senator Betancourt?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair Huffman, for the appointment of the work group chair, as well as putting together an excellent committee of Senators Zaffarani and Senator Campbell. I also like to thank the LBB staff, especially Lan Bolding and his team for all the work, and of course the aforementioned, and ever-present Patrick Philpott from your Senate staff, who works the Article 3 issue so well. Senate Bill 1 highlights, and there's many. First, higher education funding totals $32.6 billion. In all funds. It includes $731 million of general revenue increase, or 3.4% over the 24-25 appropriation. Also included in this total is $387 million in general revenue increase funding formula, $850 million for an endowment fund to support capital needs for career and technical education programs at state technical colleges. $851 million to increase contributions to higher education group insurance to match changes in ERS, $410 million to clear the existing Texas Research Incentive Program TRIP backlog, $71 million to maintain the state's 1.1 ratio for graduate medical education. It also contains a contingency rider appropriating $1.3 billion for transfer to the Texas University Fund. Also in the budget are state agencies' response to disasters, including $192 million to clear backlog of grant requests to fund our firefighting equipment needs by rural fire departments and the Forest Service, a new $194 million purchase of firefighting aircraft through supplemental appropriation to the Forest Service, an intent to fund $350 million in supplemental funding to build 7 disaster response staging warehouses across the state of Texas for TDM. And Mr. President and members, the state of higher education is robust in Texas. And as while we continue to work with DEI compliance, Senator Creighton, with my letter to higher education institution, the measure of success in the work group was then support by the work group for worthy items that went into Article 11. That totals $1.24 billion that are available for consideration in conference. Funding placed into Article 11 includes $198 million for increases to student financial aid, $394 million to increase appropriations to higher education fund, which also supports facilities funding our non-PUF institutions, and $283 million for individual projects at our institutions requesting as non-formula support. So with that $1.24 billion of Article 11, those can be considered at a future time in the budget process. So thank you, Chair Huffman, for the work group, and that completes my higher education report.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Huffman.
Yield to Senator Nichols for Articles 6, 7, and 8.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to say I'm very grateful for the opportunity and once again to lead Articles 6, 7, 8 work group, and to Governor Patrick for appointing me to the Finance Committee. I want to thank my fellow work group members, Charles Perry, Bob Hall, and their staffs for all the time and effort. And finally, thank Articles 6, 7, 8 teams on the Legislative Budget Board, led by Mark Wiles and George Duke, as well as Paige McGee. She's wonderful. 6, 7, 8 includes all natural resource agencies, businesses, workforce development agencies, and regulatory agencies. We were tasked with reviewing 36 state agencies overall across these articles. In doing so, members, we prioritize our recommendations to reflect the following goals. We look to support measures that would promote efficiency and reduce fraud, to ensure stakeholders who are dependent on licensing and permitting agencies are well and timely served. Billions of dollars of economic activity in Texas are dependent on these agencies' ability to approve complex permits in a timely manner. And these agencies have a dual mission to serve customers while protecting the public. So we spent a lot of time looking at performance measures and things of those. Another thing we focused on was make sure that we were investing in public infrastructure, including transportation, water, energy. The backbone of the state's economy is dependent on complex systems that meet customer demands. So it is important that to maintain predictability and stability as we state wants and encourages business to move, grow, and expand in Texas. Article 6, Department of Agriculture, $1.5 billion in all funds. Child and nutrition, adult nutrition programs. It includes $45 million total. Texas feeding, Texas home delivered meals and surplus agriculture. It's an increase of $5 million in the home delivered meals. Continuation of $1 million in Department of Ag to support continuation of the Farmer Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Program, as well as continuation of $2 million for the agency's Rural Nursing Recruitment and Retention Program. Texas Commission of Environmental Quality, nearly $27 million in new funding is included in authority for over 100 FTEs to address issues involving air quality, water quality and supply, produced water, occupancy, license, and permitting. General Land Office, $1.3 billion federal funds related to responding to hurricanes, wildfire, floods, and other natural disasters across the state, including $142 million for community housing projects and $1.1 billion for infrastructure and mitigation projects. Parks and Wildlife, $444 million. Estimated sporting goods tax, $38 million in new funding to enable the agency to fund a 50-hour work week for the state's game wardens, and authority for another 106 FTEs so the agency can adequately staff for new and existing state parks. Railroad Commission, $7.7 million, new funding to develop a system to collect produced water injection data from well sites and stuff that makes it available for industry, regulators, and the public to see and understand. About $27 million in new funding for various IT systems at the Railroad Commission to provide data to our industry and the public. $153 million from the Oil and Gas Regulation and Cleanup Account for regulation, oil and gas development, monitoring, and well plugging. An estimated $94 million is also anticipated in federal funds for the plugging of orphan wells. Soil and water conservation, $95 million all funds for the repair, operation, maintenance of earthen flood control dams, including a flood control dam safety engineer. Water Development Board, $8 million in new funding, along with the authority for 50 new FTEs to expand staff resources and support for the agency's increased responsibility, including ongoing implementation of Senate Bill 28, creating the Texas Water Fund. Finally, remind you the Senate has also committed an additional $2.5 billion for water infrastructure and supply projects to water development, depending on legislation that Senator Perry is working on. Article 7, Department of Motor Vehicles, $102 $2 million, all funds to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority. New computer systems replace the old legacy systems that have over 26 million vehicles and all of our overweight permitting for the state. TxDOT funding for the agencies, almost $40 billion in all funds, 35 of which is included for highway planning, design, right-of-way, and construction. $309 million in all funds is included for other things like general aviation, airport facilities, development, routine maintenance. Workforce Commission. New funding is included to fully match available federal funds for the Vocational Rehabilitation Program administered by the agency and to support 5 capital budget projects related to further improving the agency's IT infrastructure, particularly in unemployment insurance. Article 8, there are 22 agencies. At the Department of Licensing and Regulation, funding includes $148 million, all funds, includes 19 for increased expansion of the agency's Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, and 13 additional FTEs for those positions. Office of Public Utility Counsel, OPUC, $3.6 million new funding to be allocated for agency to build an analytics team, and in the Public Utility Commission, in recognition of their expanded responsibilities and increased demands that we all know have been talking about for several years, includes an additional $14 million for the agency on top of what was included in the bill as filed. Senate Bill 1 includes an additional $5 billion to fully fund the realized $10 billion in planned appropriation for the Texas Energy Fund and its program to support the construction and operation of our electric generating facilities. I want to thank Chairwoman Huffman and Lieutenant Governor Patrick, my fellow work group members, Senators Perry and Hall, and their staff, as well as LBB staff and Paige McGee. As I said, she is wonderful. And I'll be happy to answer any questions as well later.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hoffman?
Members, that concludes all the work group chairs. I want to thank them. It was an incredible amount of work that they did with their staffs. And I'm now ready to yield any questions, and we'll refer them to work group chairs if you get down in the weeds when needed.
Yeah, I think, Senator, that for people watching online or in the gallery, they may not know the process to write this budget began last summer.
Yes.
And there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings, and then you have 15 on finance, half the Senate, and they work through hour since January. So it takes a lot of work to get where we are, and everyone's done a great job on the budget. Senator Menendez, your red light almost burned out. You've been on hold so long. So you're recognized for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Which one? The author?
All of them, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator, do you yield?
Yes.
First of all, Senator Huffman, thank you for all of the hard work. I mean, basically, as it's been said, you've given a large portion of your life to the funding of the state of Texas. And so for that hard work, we do appreciate it. I think, Senator Kolkhorst mentioned this is the only bill that we have to pass. And so in the past, you hear of a budget, whether it's our families, a business, or the state, the budget is a moral document. It's where you say you fund what you value. And so I want to thank you for what I noticed in terms of some much needed increases. And so question that I have is, and one of the increases is in the funding for the Employees Retirement System of Texas. And I have many state employees who are retired. They retire, some of them worked here in Austin. They can't find affordability. Many of them moved to San Antonio. And I was just curious, I think it's $537 million in all funds for the group benefits program and probation health. I was just curious, what would the impact on these retirees be? Because a lot of them have been asking for a COLA or for some adjustment like we've done for our teachers, our retired teachers.
Right. And so as it pertains to ERS, as you know, we made reforms back in the 87th session, and since then have been committed to make sure that the fund is actuarially sound and remains actuarially sound. Because as you know, we couldn't give a COLA until that happened. This budget includes those actuarially determined payments, which are determined by the process that we set into place in the 87th. and those payments this session are $1.2 billion. On top of that, in the supplemental bill, which we don't see here, and since it's coming from the House, but in the we called it a sticky note, where we've been making plans of what to put in the supplemental. There is an additional $1 billion payment toward that liability. That will save the state over the 30 years $2.7 billion in interest costs. So I don't know if there's any other states in the union that are doing that kind of responsible stewardship of their state employee pension systems, where we have some of this revenue, we have some extra money, and we are making payments towards the future of for our employees. So I think that's significant. And then because we reach actuarial soundness, the ERS plan was declared sound in January of this year. That triggered a one-time COLA payment to ERS retirees of 3% or $100 a month, whichever is lower, for those retired 20 years or more. And about 25% of the 122,894 retirees will receive the COLA, which will cost slightly over $100 million, which will be paid through the system. So that is a good thing. I realize that 75% of them did not get a COLA, but as you know, once we reach actuarial soundness, it's kind of a balancing act to stay there. Some of it is, due to money that we've put into it, but, investments and returns and so forth also are part of that formula. So we continue to be very prudent with these pension systems, value our employees and our retirees, and do everything we can. And we try to help them with the healthcare side of it as well.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. It's critical with all the time and money that they invested in the system, that they know that it's going to be there. I would like to see what we can do to maybe address the 75% that did not see a cost of living adjustment. They're like our retired teachers living paycheck to paycheck, and so appreciate that.
I will say that the ERS retirees have received Social Security, which for many years was not the case for our retired teachers. But
exactly, that's very true. On Article 2, I understand on this session we provided, I heard Senator Kolkhorst talk about the fact that we took the pay for attendance from the $8 range to $12.44 an hour. The concern that I have is that, in my opinion, Medicaid community attendance, they're taking care of some of our most vulnerable Texans, and it's really an inexpensive way for the state. If we keep folks at home, it's cheaper for us than if they have to go to a nursing facility or an intensive care facility of some kind. So we're still competing at $12.44 with potentially some fast food restaurants. I know many of the advocates were looking for something in the $15 to $17 an hour range. I was just wondering, is there any opportunity to see an increase as the budget moves through the process?
Senator Menendez, I will say that, it's a significant investment to raise it to that amount. I would like to yield to Senator Kolkhorst if she'd like to respond to that further, since I know it's an important issue that we hear from a lot of constituents about. Senator Kolkhorst, I would yield to you too.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Senator Campbell, years ago when we were working on this, we were looking at pay. This wasn't that long ago, because I literally was the work group chairman. So 3 sessions ago, we raised it like 35 cents. And she famously quoted, that's hardly a pickle on a hamburger. And so one of the things that we came into last session was making that investment. And when it left the Senate floor last session, Senator, it was at $11. Through the process of the reconciliation with the House and going to conference committee, it was lowered to $10.60 because of some of the other priorities that the House wanted, and we stayed within the confines of what the two chairmen asked us to do. This session, in our base rate, we went to $12, and I want to thank Senator Huffman for that. And then we had conversation during the layout of the bill, as Mr. President says, the Senate for 3 weeks hears from every agency in the state of Texas. All day, every day. That's why y'all watch. We're in that committee hearing. And then we take testimony. And for Article 2, we took an entire day of just testimony. And we did hear not only from those that wanted more in the community attendant area, but we heard from those that are running the agents, I call them HCS, 3 and 4 bed waiver homes, that they needed it also in payroll and benefit taxes, PBT, and also in administration. So let me kind of just say what we did. Within that allotted money, we were able to go to $12.44 on the hourly rate. Senator Perry, we took care of our problem that we didn't last time, which was the PBT issue. As you see the rates go up, you also have to have payroll and benefit and taxes. We raised that to 14%. And then ultimately, a rate that we have not raised since 2007. You and I were across the rotunda in the House. We put 24 cents into that, raising it for the first time since 2007. And so I think it was a very balanced approach. I'm not saying that people that work with our IDD population don't deserve more money. There are ways that the average attendance for the average pay rate, in looking at some weighted averages, was $12.85. So giving this flexibility along the way, I think it's going to be very important for different parts of the state to meet those needs. On our community attendance, some of that is self-directed. I've learned through the interim that many times they might have someone that's willing to work beyond 40 hours. And by us going to $12.44, they get time and a half. So we're starting to get those wages up there and be more competitive. I'm very sensitive to this. $4 billion in 2 biennia. There has not, I did the research on this, there has not been that kind of investment for our community attendance and in the IDD population, percentage-wise, since I don't know, modern times. And so I want to, thank all the members that have worked on this. You're advocating for it. This is an important issue. And so, is there room? We're going to negotiate. My goal is to not go below $12.44 because last time I had it at 11, they were at a different, and I had to go to $10.60, and I really didn't want to do it.
I would hope
but
so.
To Senator Perry's point, we worked through some things in this interim to see where the holes were, and everybody's a little different in this. It's a vast array. As you say, we're working to keep people out of the most expensive setting. And everyone does it a little bit differently. So we're giving flexibility in this budget.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm with you, and I don't know that any of us should support anything less than $12.44 if the bill comes back that way, because it makes no sense. We just heard Madam Chair talk about the $1 billion we're investing in ERS to save the $2 billion. Every dollar we invest in community attendance saves us thousands, if not millions of dollars by not having people go into the nursing home facilities. And so the nursing home facilities, they've come to you, they've come to all of us to say they can barely afford their food, and they wanted rate increases to keep their doors open. And I was just curious, did we do anything on
We did. Okay. In the base bill, there's a little over $500 million. It is put in, I believe it is food services and one other bucket, and administrative cost. There's a rider in there to our nursing facilities that say you have to spend 90% of what we gave exactly going to caring for those most vulnerable among us. And so there's some directive riders. I put some riders in last session with our nursing facilities to make sure that the money and the increases that we are giving is not going just to private equity, not going to someone out of state that may own our nursing facilities. They are going directly for the care of our most elderly and vulnerable in those settings and nursing facilities.
I thank you for that, and I hope they're listening and watching so that we can figure out a way to have some metrics to show they can prove up that they put the money where we ask them to put it. It kind of reminds me of when we told schools we wanted the money to go down to the teacher, not to be spent in administration. It's very similar. Senator Kolkhorst, my understanding is that we have changing gears a little bit, 180,000 people, Medicaid applications, stuck in our tier system right now. Many of my constituents have been reaching out to me, visiting us here in our offices, asking what can the legislature do to upgrade our tiers, to improve efficiency, to reduce the delays in Medicaid and CHIP enrollment, and support, possibly new FTEs if needed, so we can get rid of this backlog. I want to know how we can help more. And you talked about the most vulnerable. These are the most vulnerable, and we've got $33 billion. And I know we put a lot of money in other places that don't necessarily go directly to people, so that's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, it's a great question. What we're doing in this budget is 642 FTEs. That gets everyone's attention. That's a lot of FTEs. They're going to be there temporarily to get rid of that backlog. And it is important that we see this. Of course, we came out of the public health emergency. This was dictated by the feds, where we had to roll everyone off of Medicaid, requalify them. There's been a lot that has happened since 2020. And so we believe in having our work group. We questioned this and said, what do you need to get rid of this backlog? So it's 642 temporary FTEs to assist with that backlog. We also are doing, as I mentioned, a lot of things in the databases and IT applications. The subcommittee added $56 million in all funds for IT services, equipment, staff, and upgrades to PEMS and the SCOR. So I have to say, sometimes, and I know Senator Alvarado, through the process, it was our first time on Article 2. In Senator Paxton, you know this. Sometimes we look at that stuff and we go, gosh, this just isn't glitzy and glamorous to invest in IT. You cannot have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on Medicaid seeking these services without IT that actually works. So we're putting human resources in there and IT as well. I'm hoping that we become more efficient. I want those that might be of my political persuasion to know that those 642 employees are not permanent, because we don't want to build bigger government. Those are temporary and will roll off.
So let's go to your efficiency, theme on that. Did we put any metrics they have to meet that we can come back in 2 years and ask them, what did you do about that backlog?
I look up there at the LBB. Some of those writers are what we call the subcommittee specials. We're constantly pushing the agencies, and this is particularly HHSC, to say, if you have to meet these metrics at different times and report back to the LBB, members on the LBB, and many times, and you see agencies don't always like to report that stuff back to us, but we were able to put some writers in there and to make sure, like, if they're not meeting it, they're called RTEs, request to exceeds. That goes before the chairwoman, and it goes through a process to be able to meet those needs, and we monitor that in the interim. As we all know, we're making a 2-year budget of a very big, large state, the 8th largest economy in the world, so there has to be flexibility in the budget. But those folks right up there wave to us, the LBB. They're constantly monitoring those things for us and then reporting back so that we can make sure that we're meeting the need but not exceeding and wasting taxpayer dollars.
I've never, ever heard of an organization with this large of a budget that does it on a 2-year cycle. It just seems, because so much changes in 6 months, in a year. So, but I appreciate the guardrails and the checks and balances to be able to make adjustments in the interim, but because I think that's critically important. Nurse-family partnerships. I know you're familiar with this.
Yes.
We know that it's an evidence-based approach to where registered nurses provide a variety of services aimed at keeping mothers healthy after their pregnancy. It has been brought to my attention that the $48 million appropriated for the fiscal year is possibly less than it was last biennium, and I was just curious. I think that may have to do with federal funding. Would you be open to changes if the bill, to work for changes as you go through the process, the bill goes to
For
conference.
sure. We all know that Nurse Family Partnership is a very effective program, as you know, and you supported Senate Bill 24 last session, and we've made a lot of changes of how we took some programs, moved them away, made them more robust in HHSC, moved them away from DFPS. This is a very important program, and so if we find that, and I know with a lot of things going on at CMS on the federal level, my goodness, we're watching all of this very closely. You have my commitment to work on that.
You know, I mean, it is my understanding that with a number of about $19.5 billion over the biennium, we could reduce the wait list and increase capacity. And this program helps serve families in rural and maternal health deserts. So it is a program that would help everybody. So thank you for that. In 2021, we began a pilot program with kinship navigators who provided referrals and support to kinship caregivers in our state. A majority of our kinship caregivers are informal, as you know. And it means, as for those watching, that the child is not in the custody of the state, but the parent retains legal custody, and the parent will place the child with a family member or another loved one. These situations are almost always unplanned. It's an emergency, something happened. And so leaving grandparents, for example, to help navigate the kinship and DFPF system with little to no support. Sometimes the call comes in the middle of the night, and the call comes to these grandparents, and it's we understand your grandparents, these two kids, mom and dad are going to be unavailable, let's just put it that way, for some time. Would you like us to put them in the state's custody? And you talked about CWAP, and we've talked about the foster care system for years and how expensive. If we could add more support for these navigator pilots, and I think Senator West had a rider for $2.3 million, this is a demand of grandparents out there across the state who feel that they just need help with the system. They just don't understand what the resources are, where to go, how to turn. Some cases, they can't even enroll the kids because they don't have guardianship of the kids. And so they're having problems with the doctor, with school, lots of things. Where are we on that?
Yeah. Let me give you some good news. Senator West, you and I have conversations. I think it was all the way back to the House. You and I have been working on this together. When you look at kinship, it is the most effective placement of a child.
Yes.
It is hugely important that you can put it with a member or fictive kinship, what we call someone that the child knows. And so during our process and working with the agency, DFPS, one of the things that they really pointed out was support for that grandparent and having some daycare abilities. We had very limited daycare abilities. We just put $70 million in upping the age where a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle who might say, I'm willing to take the child, but I still work and I don't have any place for that child to go at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they get out of school. Yeah. Working with Commissioner Muth and her agency, that is the one thing that they said was the most important. Senator Paxton and Senator Alvarado, it was one of the first things that we funded in the DFPS budget because when we went through that. And so I have some other good news on this that's not in the budget. And everything doesn't have to take money. HHSC is right now working on changing the rules where we have, it's between 300 and 400 different requirements to become a verified kinship placement. And verified means that you've gone through all these steps. You can be unverified, but we only pay $23.31, something like that, a little less than $24 a day. If we can get them verified, we pay them over $46 a day per child.
Exactly.
Okay, and so right now, HHSC is going through all of those rules, and I will tell you that Cecily Young, we had this conversation, and I know Senator Paxton wants to rename it verified and unverified. She doesn't like that. That's just the official name for it. But let me say this. We are going to take those 300 plus rules down to about 30. And Senator West, what we're going to do is we're going to have more verified kinship placements at a higher rate. And I'm going to tell you something. This is going to change things in a great way. And I'm super excited about it. I want to thank both of you for your relentless conversation on people that know the child raise the child the best if they can no longer stay with their biological parents. The hope is to get them back to their biological parents, that this is temporary. And so I hear you on the kinship navigators. We didn't increase that. We'll certainly continue to consider that. We have a lot of bills before Health and Human Services Committee, and I look forward to working with you.
I know that Senator West Ryder is in Article 11, and I hope, Senator West, that your article gets through.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
We were really hard in Article 2. Everything did not go into Article 11. These two can verify that. If we put it in Article 11, it means that we believe in it. But I answer to a pretty tough boss on making sure that we are very fiscally responsible, and that's why we did that.
Well, I definitely appreciate that, and I appreciate your answering my questions. Tough article, like you said, second largest, and in many ways the most important. If you're looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, health is at the top. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have questions. I believe Senator Huffman would direct where I should go with the questions.
You yield?
Yeah. Senator Huffman, I have questions about education, and so in particular, I want to talk about public education. So I didn't know if you want me to direct.
Yeah, I'll yield to Senator Creighton if they're specific to public education. Senator Creighton, would you like to take the questions? I yield.
So Senator Creighton, I'll start off with the good news, and the good news is it was the doubling of the safety school allotment per campus, and I think there was something done too on the actual allotment fund as well to increase public school safety, and I'm this is a big request from our school districts. Last session, I think the money we added or we increased was seen almost as not increasing, to be honest, because I think it only funded about 10% of their cost in some of my bigger school districts. So anything you want to add on the public school safety funding, because I know you doubled the per campus, but I don't know what you did on the actual allotment.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Menendez. Yes, first we listened. We understood within available resources in the last biennium. We tried, among many other funding strategies, to address safety concerns, but as you and I know, some of the policy implications of requiring an officer on each campus, yep, and then exactly what was provided, I don't think it was ever intention to provide 100% of those costs, but it still wasn't enough of an offset, and we came back around this time, and as you mentioned, doubled that funding stream. So we'll still have districts chiming in about the impact and the costs associated with keeping each of the 8,000 plus schools in the state safe, but that's where we landed this time around.
This morning we heard from some superintendents on on a series of bills on teacher safety about. They thanked us for helping to make the outside of the school safe. I think the quote was, I'm paraphrasing, now they wanted help making the inside of the classroom safe. And
that's exactly what that testimony was.
And
yes.
so I hope that we can give school districts the flexibility to address that. Question that I have on teacher quality and preparation. That's an issue that you and I have been working on for a long time, and you know that over half of our teachers currently are uncertified. And it's creating a lot of downstream impacts to the workload of other teachers. Learning loss, teacher turnover. And one of the programs I've been super impressed with is called the Grow Your Own in the district, Grow Your Own Teacher Residency Programs. And it's going on across the state, and it's so effective that some school districts are funding it themselves when they can't qualify for the state's grant program. So I was wondering, did we do anything in this budget to help increase the Grow Your Own? I had probably 5 or 6 teachers yesterday, some small school districts, some large school districts, a variety, who were telling me that Grow Your Own has helped also with their turnover, the morale. One of them said that they're hiring a lot of young people who had once been students who wanted to come back to their school district. So it's such an effective program. I'm hoping we added something to that.
We have the same commitment and definitely the same appreciation for Grow Your Own, as you've mentioned, Senator Menendez. I think the entire committee does, as far as our education committee overall. We've worked with some incredible stakeholders along those lines. We have policy that's yet to be passed related to teacher prep and certification that has additional incentives to reach those goals, because as you mentioned, and we share the same concerns, that about 10% of our teachers across the state are uncertified, but we've got an alarming trend of nearly half, or right at half, of the new teachers coming in, about right at that 50 percentile, are uncertified, and that's a trend we can't allow to continue. So those programs like Grow Your Own and some of the policies that we have and that we're bringing forward through the committee that you'll consider very soon on teacher prep and certification, the incentives to lead our uncertified teachers towards those micro-credentials and those opportunities, those will be in committee very soon, and they'll match up with our commitment in the budget.
As you move forward through the budget, and I'm sure you're going to probably be in the conference rooms when they're talking about public ed, one of the issues that I'd love for you guys to focus on is the cost of the test, the certification test. If we could do something as a state, since we are looking for more certified teachers, we're looking to reduce turnover, what can we do to possibly help mitigate the cost of that test to certify?
I think you'll be pleased with the policy we'll be considering in that category.
I appreciate that. So, Senator Creighton, our friend and colleague, Senator Bencourt's been doing a lot of good work on special education finance reform, and we heard in the committee, we know it's a huge priority for all of us, for the state. We know that some have said that we've been shortchanging the funding on special ed, and I was just wondering, what did we do? I think there's a rider that's in Article 11, but maybe not Article 3. So I'm just curious where we are in terms of the funding for special education, because we're all supporting that finance reform and that special education reform.
Yeah, that's pending in policy that Senator Bettencourt has led on this session, and certainly we're making tremendous increases towards the delta that's been requested on the need for special education funding. And Senator Bettencourt, I believe, would affirm that we're between $400 and $500 million in that category, or we're at $700 million per Madam Chair, and that continues to climb. So I know we have adjustments, and we'll have comparisons between the House budget for what they pour into special education strategies and our Senate budget, and we'll continue to work on a blend of what those priorities dictate.
So if I understand you correctly, a lot of the funding is going to be contingent on the passing of the bill. I see a head shaking yes. Then many of us who work closely with the disability community can rest assured that there will be increased funding. We just don't know what the final amount is. We need to be talking to the conferees as this works through the Senate and the House. That's a somewhat accurate statement?
That's accurate, and both the House and the Senate have made special education policy and funding priorities the top of the list for what we're dedicated to accomplishing this session, and we're all joining together in that effort. I think that we'll have a very good result.
Very good. I have higher ed questions now. I don't know if they want to be directed to Chairman Bettencourt.
Senator Huffman, do you yield to Senator Bettencourt?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Creighton.
Senator Menendez, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me thank you for the hard work that y'all put in. I served 3 tours of duty on appropriations in the House, and back then we lost months of our lives in that debate and that program. We've talked a lot in this chamber about degrees and the value of pathways other than 4-year universities that might be right for students who want to become whatever it is, a plumber, a technician, a mechanic, AC. In the budget, I was glad to see that we saw an increase in funding for our community colleges. I was just wondering, are you directing that increase in funding anywhere, or is that about HB 8's cleanup bill? And what can we expect? What can our community colleges expect in that increase?
Well, that one was a across-the-board increase for community colleges on the formula funding. The individual items that we have dealt with were really, I think with the exception of 1 or 2, above the above the community college level in higher institutions of higher education. But to your point, we are all throughout this in the base bill and in the riders that were considered is the concept that if you get a certification, that's just as good. Okay, if you go to technical state college, we're actually looking at trying to endow a, what is a, pretty monumental endowment, $850 million to support capital needs for career and technical education at Texas State Technical Colleges. So there's a lot of emphasis across the board in here on effectively teaching students a trade that can make them $80,000 a year, $100,000 a year. There's so many examples of being able to drive a truck in the Permian Basin or draw a MIG bead in Houston or San Antonio, for $80,000. So a lot of emphasis throughout.
I appreciate that very much. I saw you did an increase on the nurse loan repayment program of about $12.5 million. Is that?
That one, I think, let's see.
The nurse loan repayment program, because we have the shortage of nurses. I was wondering if there's anything we can do to help the shortage of mental health professionals through a similar mental health loan repayment program. That's something of interest.
That 12.5, it doesn't show up on the exceptional items, so I assume that's in the base bill. We can look at other priorities as this moves through conference.
So I have two final questions on the higher ed. The GME spots, did we do enough to increase the number of spots for doctors competing for residencies in Texas? Because we all know that if they do their residency in Texas, they're more likely to stay in Texas.
Well, and that precept is obvious, but I would have to refer that to the other work group on that, which is Senator Hinojosa's. I believe correctly, Senator Huffman. Unless you have another question about this work group.
I'll do the last question, and this one, almost all these questions have been general in nature. This one's a little bit more parochial, and I want to thank you for your work on this, and in particular, Senator Campbell, Senator Saffarini. A particular interest is a joint request between UTSA and the UT Health Science Center, where they are looking for one-time startup funds for a school of public health. And, the good news about this is they've already raised at the local level 2/3 of the money required for this startup. And so hopefully the $10 million rider that's in Article 11, we can move out so that we can finish this School of Public Health, because we have a tremendous amount of chronic diseases in a part of the state that is highly uninsured. Therefore, a lot of this care for diabetes, hypertension, the amputations related to diabetes, all of these chronic diseases will lead to more uncompensated care in our hospitals. And when you have uncompensated care in our hospitals, who pays the bill? The taxpayers.
Of course.
And so I'm trying to reduce that by providing them the health care on the front end and reducing the chronic diseases. Can we work on getting that tiny $10 million rider?
Well, the conferees, the likely conferees, are listening to this conversation as we speak. And yes, your ship came in and that made it into Article 11. This is one of about 1.024 billion Article 11 riders that was really, quite frankly, the cream of the riders and the exceptional items that came through, as well as the legislative LARs, is really what ended up on Article 11. But you'll be happy to know that, wait, there's more for the University of Texas Health Science Center, okay, at San Antonio. They also have an Article 11 rider for opioid abuse prevention of $18,735,964.
Thank you very much.
So they had a 2-for-1.
Well, it's important work, and it'll save taxpayers a lot of money and save lives as well.
Sure, that's why they both made it to Article 11, because it was quite a high bar to get there, and that was great work done by Senator Zaffarini and Senator Campbell, as well as myself.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. Madam Chair, I have questions on Article 5. I don't know, I have a very specific question about a new DPS headquarters, and I think you mentioned there might be a an either San Antonio or El Paso situation going on. And I'm just curious, because I know that Colonel Freeman in the hearing testified they needed a new office in San Antonio because of the traffic and the problem of the reprogramming of the radios and delivering drug seizures, that the timeliness of making these drives sometimes is difficult. And obviously 35, it can be just my commute alone. One day can be an hour and a half, one day can be 3 or 4 hours. And so one way. And so I was just curious, how are we on that request for the general revenue for the new headquarters?
Well, the request for the San Antonio is a $232 million request. El Paso has requested a new regional headquarters as well. So that's it's under consideration at this time. I don't have an answer for you. We'll see how things progress and see what the House thinks, and we'll make a determination later in the process.
So it's between El Paso and San Antonio. We'll have to find Senator Blanco here in a little bit. Figure some things out. On Article 7, I was wondering, I have a question on the Senior Keys to Independence program. It's very important for many folks in my community. In particular, I have a dear friend who's been a leader in senior issues and blind and issues that affect people with visual impairments and the blind. And so I was wondering if I ask you or if I ask Senator Nichols.
Did you say this? What's the name of the program?
It's Article 7, let's see.
The SKIP program?
SKIP, it's
yes,
the SKIP program.
I can answer those questions, yeah.
So I understand that the program was approved this budget, and I just wanted to thank you, and I wanted to see to what level is this SKIP program that supports seniors who are blind or visually impaired, will the increased funding, is it working with Texas Workforce Commission, I believe?
Yes, it is, and it's the increased funding is to look for expansion of the program to other cities in the state. The funds can cover the cost of the program, the aid kits that each customer takes home, travel costs, lodging, and other support services. I think, to Senator Colcourt's point earlier about us really wanting to serve the needs of our most vulnerable and doing it in a way that makes sense and saves money, but is compassionate and so forth. And when I heard about this program, I thought it sounded wonderful. It was a way to let people who are going blind not have to go into an institution, but be able to live in their own homes. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And so I was supportive of that.
Next time you're in San Antonio, I'll invite you to the Lighthouse for the Blind. I believe it's in Senator Gutierrez's district on the south side. They took a building, an old historic building, and they've built a home for training purposes for people who are visually impaired, and they train them on how to live independently, and they help them so they can remain in their home and not have to go in it. And I really appreciate this because I think it's one of those ways where people want to stay independent. They want to stay in their home. They don't want to be institutionalized. And by us investing a little bit in helping them, this goes a long way. I want to thank you for indulging me in so many questions. The budget is a much better budget than we had a couple of years ago. There's still flaws in the budget, in my opinion, but you've done such good work that I won't focus on some of the very obvious things that we just have policy disagreements on. And so I appreciate you taking my questions, and the focus seems to be renewed on education and healthcare and helping those who can't. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that all of your questions, Senator?
For now,
good?
Mr. President.
For now. Okay.
I have more if you'd like.
We said we'd put you first because you were on hold for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gutierrez. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Do you yield?
Of course.
I promise it won't be that long. First off, Senator Huffman, and I mean this sincerely, thank you.
Well,
I'm glad I'm not on the Appropriations Committee. It's, you guys work very, very hard. And to all of your members, we get into it and we fight over here on the floor and we always shake hands at the end of the day. But this is a lot of work for everybody that's in your committee. Yes. And for the public that doesn't know, and we all know, of course, you're in here Monday through Thursday, sometimes Monday through Friday, and it's every day, unlike committees that meet once a month. So really, I do believe that things are in order. And so to that end, I do thank you for all your hard work. I have about 4 questions and maybe some subparts, but it won't be long. And I think you can answer most, except one might go to Senator Creighton. How much money below the spending cap is SB1?
Well, it depends how you want to phrase it. So, in general revenue, so if your question is how much are we growing, or how much do we have left after this budget in
How much do we have left out? My number is about $6.9 billion. Is that accurate?
Well, if it's 10.3 billion left under the pay-as-you-go limit.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's another limit that we have, which is a consolidated general revenue limit. I have 14.2 billion. Is that number correct?
Under the consolidated GR spending limit, it's that one's 10.8 billion under the constitutional tax spending limit. These are the current numbers. It's 4 billion under, and under the pay-as-you-go, it's 10.3 billion under.
Was it 2.3 or 10.3?
10.3.
Okay, so your numbers are more current than mine. So thank you. So 10.3 and 10.8.
Yes.
Okay. And how much is
controlling limit is the constitutional tax spending limit, just so you know, which is the lower, the 4 billion under.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
How much is unspent from the last fiscal year? My number is 23.76 billion. Is that correct?
I have 23.8 billion, so that's close. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And how much is the Economic Stabilization Fund? I have 28.5 billion. Is that correct?
That's the projected ending balance for FY27 is that.
Okay.
So it's now, correct.
I have a question for you that's less factual, but something in your layout that brought me to ask, well, what does this mean? You said revenue levels are expected to return to normal levels of growth in your layout. Can you explain that to us?
Well, as you know, after the COVID years, there was increased sales tax revenue, and it was quite a bit over what our normal pace of growth would be. And I guess that's a lot of reason. There was, maybe the federal government pouring trillions of dollars into the economy, but also just pent-up demand after COVID, when people went out and started shopping and buying homes and buying cars and buying anything you could think of. But now we see that tapering off over time. And if you look at the sales tax revenue coming in, it's sort of slowly gone back down and is sort of starting to level off.
The economy is slowing, in other words.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you want to call it the economy is slowing. I would say sales tax revenue. It doesn't mean that new businesses aren't coming here and there isn't a lot of economic activity. It's just that the numbers were so high after the COVID years that it was sort of artificially elevated.
I'd submit to you that just this morning, newest numbers on consumer confidence are down 7.2 points, the lowest since January of 2021.
Probably reflected in how people spend their money. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And so people are scared about economic outlook. I have one last question. It's probably for Senator Creighton on the basic allotment.
Yes, I'll yield to Senator Creighton if you're willing to answer a basic allotment question.
Senator Creighton.
Yes.
And thank you, Senator. And thank you, Senator.
Yes, Senator Gutierrez.
How much per pupil are we spending on the basic allotment in the budget?
$6,100 plus.
100 plus.
Or less.
And how much of an increase is that from the previous biennium?
Well, you're saying, are we keeping the basic allotment the same or increasing it?
Yes.
We have a different strategy than the House. We are filling different prioritized buckets that are specific requests from the districts, and then we are leaving the basic allotment at equilibrium.
Okay, so the basic allotment's not changing in our proposal at this time? Okay.
Correct.
And I also want to thank you for your efforts on the school safety components, because it's a tremendous amount of money. We need to keep working on that to keep our kids safe. That is all of my questions for now.
Thank you for mentioning that. Senator Huffman and Senator Nichols also led in incredible ways on that subject. We've all been working together as you have. Appreciate you mentioning that. Very important.
Yeah, that's all my, yes, sir, thank you. And
Thank you, Senator.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? If not, Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado.
31 ayes, no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair now lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1, the General Appropriations Bill.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Senator, there may be a late amendment. Okay. Senator Gutierrez, are you preparing an amendment so I know? Are you preparing an amendment? Okay, I just want to check. Okay. It's going to take a minute to get this ready.
Follow me. That's the main thing you got to remember.
Members, the following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this amendment seeks to do is this budget rider will allow money and outline a plan to administer an agricultural loan guarantee program, which is already mandated in section 56052 of the Agricultural Code. So we're not creating any new general law. As outlined in 56052, the Agricultural Loan Program shall establish a certified lender program. This rider will detail the amount of money that is allocated under this program. I think Senator Colcore said it best earlier when she said that things are changing at CMS when she talked about the healthcare function and that we have to be flexible. We have just seen 2 federal contracts that have been cut. Without getting into the particulars of how they were cut or who cut them, that doesn't matter. But they were cut last week. Those are going to hurt our Texas farmers to the tune of $22 million. Our farmers and our ranchers in this state are hurting tremendously. I represent 13 rural counties and 1 non-rural county. And I can tell you that our ranchers and our farmers are coming to our offices and they're seeking help. We've seen USAID cut, which hurts our wheat production. We've seen the threat of tariffs, which will hurt us on the agricultural side as well. But most importantly, we've seen the cutting of the Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement Program and the Local Food Purchase Assistant Cooperative Program. That particular program helps local farmers give food to our schools. In a day and age when we have Senator Hughes filing a good bill to make our school and SNAP program healthier, our farmers are going to need more assistance from us. And while the federal government is cutting their flow, if you will, their revenue stream, if you will, they are scared. My questions were few, and my questions are how much money is left? And we can afford $50 million to fund a program that's already existing, by the way, in the Agricultural Loan Guarantee Program, that we somehow, somebody thought this was a good idea along the way, but unfortunately we never funded it very well. The balance in that account is at $1.6 million. Our farmers and ranchers need the revenue, and they could use the help. And for us to be able to support the Agricultural Loan Guarantee Program with a mere $50 million of our budget money makes sense. And I don't mean, Senator Huffman, to bring this to you last minute. These cuts were made last week. And day in and day out, we hear of another federal contract that is hurting our farmers and ranchers here in Texas. And so with that, I would ask you to vote yes on this particular amendment, and it does not create general law.
Before we come to you, we have other members asking questions. Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator, are you attempting to address the gaps that we may be seeing in the state of Texas with regard to a shifting responsibility from the feds to the state with regard to keeping our agricultural industry healthy?
Yes, ma'am. And I honestly don't want to politicize this thing. I don't want to get into who's at fault one way or another. I don't think our farmers and our ranchers want us to get into that fray. I don't think that the school children that are not going to be beneficiaries of this program anymore want us to get down into that fray. They just want us to solve the problems. And our farmers and our ranchers are hurting, and the cutting of these programs hurts children as well. And so, yes, ma'am, I'm trying to fill in the gaps and be flexible, like Senator Colcourse just said. We have to be flexible because it doesn't matter who the president is. There will always be different policies, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, but we cannot allow any of them, Democrats or Republicans, to hurt the good people of the state of Texas. And so I don't want to politicize this thing. No, ma'am.
And understandable. So just as the state is looking at the basic needs in electricity for every Texan, you're suggesting that we also look at the basic need to support our agricultural economy, knowing full well that one of the most important inputs, well, the most important input in every family's budget is their grocery input.
Ma'am, you mentioned the grid. I was a freshman in 2021 when I brought up an amendment to give a $300 rebate, and I thought surely the president of this body would think I was crazy, and he said, that's a great idea. Let's figure out how to do that together. We have a chance here to help our farmers with a small amount of money. I would hope that we can all sit here and do that together and send it over to the House of Representatives and tell them that the members of the Texas Senate understand the pain that people go through in Terrell County, and in Rusk County, and in Matagorda County, and in the plains of our coastal area where they're growing so much wheat and sorghum and cotton and so much more, and cotton up in the panhandle. We heard yesterday in the committee how our cotton gins are closing up. We have real issues, and the real source of our revenue stream of this state sure is oil and gas, but how we feed ourselves is that food. And those farmers and those ranchers feed us. And we cannot, cut our nose to spite our face.
Well, I love your amendment. It both provides economic stabilization for an entire industry on which we rely, but it also provides economic stabilization for the family's grocery bill. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Senator Chuy Hinojosa from Hidalgo. What purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I will.
Senator Gutierrez, there's no doubt that our farmers need help. There's no doubt that our food banks need help. The farmers are not the only ones suffering all across the board because of tariffs, because of inflation, supply chain issues, droughts. But during the process, I think we provided about $1.8 billion to the agricultural department to deal with the farmer needs. And I sympathize with your amendment. I don't think this is the right way to approach it, because if we work through the whole process of trying to go to riders, trying to declare some of the budget requests, trying to balance the amount of money we have, and also leaving room to be able to negotiate with the House during the conference committee, it really unbalances the whole situation by just taking $50 million and throwing it out to farmers that are hurting and ranchers that are hurting. Quite frankly, I don't think $50 million is just a drop in the bucket for what they need. But it's the federal government that provides billions of dollars of support. And I hear what you're saying, and yes, all across the board there is suffering, but it's not just farmers, it's not just ranchers, our families. So I just don't think this is the right way to do it. At some point, it may be taken up during a conference and discussed with the House members, but again, with all due respect, I will oppose your amendment.
No, Senator Hinojosa, that's your prerogative. I understand that, and I'm assuming that that's a question, so I'd like to answer it. The fact is we have $10.3 billion that is left over that has not reached the spending limit. The consolidated general revenue limit is $10.8 billion. Would I like to use all of that to help all of the problems of all of the people of the state of Texas? You're damn right I would. But there is a process in here. And the process is that I can't go off and create something that's going to create new law. I can't go help the church down the road or whomever. And so there is a fund here that sits at $1.6 million. So I don't know if it was Senator Kolkhorst or Senator Perry that created this amazing revenue stream, which, by the way, I have a bill called a microloan program that hasn't been able to see the light of day, but we already had it. This morning, I realized that we already had it. And to this notion that this is some kind of gotcha or surprise, these programs were cut on Friday. They were cut on Friday by the federal government. And so it's incumbent, and the report suggests that we lose $24 million by those program cuts. So if we're going to be flexible and if we're going to help our farmers, then at least let's make them whole for what they're going to lose. It is the right thing to do, and I respect your point of view, and I respect this process, madam. I really do. But we have a situation right now that just happened on Friday to our farmers. And that's why this amendment is prescient.
Well, and I understand that, Senator Gutierrez. A lot of things can happen today or tomorrow or yesterday or Friday, but we cannot have a knee-jerk reaction and all of a sudden just throw $50 million out there because we think we have a surplus. That's just my point.
Agreed. And Senator Kolkhorst suggested earlier that we have to be flexible because things are happening at CMS. There's a lot of fast-moving parts, and I don't know if they're right or wrong. I don't know if what's happening at any level that is right or wrong. I'm not making those judgments. I'm simply saying we just lost $24 million last week. Our farmers lost $24 million in a day. And for us, Senator Nino Hossa, for us that represent rural Texans, and I know you do too, man, you're hearing it. And our farmers are hurting. We saw our former colleague, Dan Gaddis, here with our ranchers not 2 weeks ago. And he was asking me for a relief program. Our farmers and our ranchers are hurting. And when I mentioned my microloan program, he says, Senator, that's a great idea, but it already exists. We just don't fund it. And so here's $50 million for a program that we should fund, that, by the way, works. And Mr. President, it wouldn't even cost us any money because it's a loan program where the farmer has to put up a percentage point towards the need, and the fund pays for itself because of the interest payment, the low interest payment that's coming back to the state.
Senator, there's another senator who would like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was about to say, Your Honor.
That's Senator West. What purpose?
Question of my colleague.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I think this is a good amendment. But out of respect for the process, I think you have everyone's attention right now. If you've noticed, everyone is listening to this particular debate. You know, historically, we don't amend the budget on the floor, and you've recognized that. You've also recognized the need to be able to make certain that our farming community is taken care of. My suggestion to you is pulling down this amendment, talking with the chair of finance to make certain as this bill makes it out of this body that this discussion continues. And here's the deal. If for some reason you still feel very strongly about it, the reality is this bill has to come back over here again too. And so the question then becomes what decision you'll make at that point in time. But my recommendation to you, my friend, is to pull it down, make certain that you talk to the chair about continuing this discussion as this bill makes its way over to the House.
Don't know if that's a question. I'll assume that it is. That's a question, okay. The respectful answer, Senator, it doesn't matter. The respectful answer, Senator, is that we're all going to leave this room in a second, and we're going to shake our hands, and we're going to say that things are well. But the respectful answer is that we should respect farmers and ranchers. We should respect veterans and kids and everybody else that's getting hurt along the way. And we should say, we're not going to stop for a second for something that happened last Friday, and maybe the internal rule of the Senate is, oh, we don't bring amendments or riders on the floor. Well, I didn't know about this till Friday. I have a bill that's not going anywhere, it would seem. And so, but the bill's not necessary because the law is here. We already have a loan program. I just talked to Dan Hunter of the Texas Department of Agriculture. He says, Senator, it's never been funded. There's $1.6 million in it. It's never been funded well. We have a chance to do something for farmers and ranchers that are really getting hit really hard. We just heard how bad the cattle industry is going south in Texas. And we're the best damn state with it, and it's still not well. And we hear in agriculture how our farmers are hurting, Senator Perry. This isn't a gotcha. This is something that just occurred. And Senator Kolkhorst, we have to be flexible. We have to be flexible when something occurs. And I'm not going to sit here and politicize it. I'm not going to sit here and attack anything. Just Friday, we lost $24 million. I don't know what else is coming down the pipeline. If people want to vote no, I guess that's your prerogative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hancock, what purpose?
Yes, for a question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Gutierrez, we've been here a long time. How many years have you been?
It's now been about
Legislature, House and Senate?
16 years.
16 years. And I too understand. Trust me, my sister and brother-in-law are in the cattle business. My brother-in-law was forced into taking over the cattle operation at 26 when his father was rolled over by his horse cutting cattle. And it is a difficult year. He and I, my brother-in-law and I spoke about it just a couple of weeks ago. Cattle prices are high, margins are thin. He shared with me that his herd is as low as it's ever been. But having been around here as long as you have, you've seen where bills have been introduced, not just this late in session, but actually later in session, have you not?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you understand the purpose of filing a bill and going through the process that you say you're aware of. What is the purpose of going through the process of committee hearings, testimony, witnesses, open testimony so the public can come and testify? Why do we have that process of vetting legislation before it gets to the floor? Can you share with me?
Well, Senator, respectfully, I think you answered your own question with the word vetting, right? We vet things along the way. And I think it's a matter of perspective. When you're on the side of the aisle of the party that hasn't controlled either the House or the Senate for 30 years, sometimes you have to find your spots where you can, and sometimes that's an amendment.
I appreciate that, but I want to go back to my question. Why do we go through the process so we can hear from the public?
Well, we want to hear how they're affected, for sure.
Filing an amendment on the floor, does it allow for that public input and to hear these stories through that process when, as you pointed out, there is a way, even at this point in time, we still have 68 days left?
Yeah.
To actually do what you said is actually vet this and hear from the public and discuss it, and still, before we're out of here on June 2nd, follow the process the appropriate way, which, as you've pointed out, I don't think anybody here is opposed to helping our farmers and ranchers. And so, would you agree with me that if you were to do it the way that would allow for the most input from the most people, that you could probably get the votes here in this chamber to do it appropriately rather than an amendment on the floor during the budget? Would you agree there's a pretty good chance you might get those votes?
Senator Hancock, I think we all make choices, and maybe the choices I haven't made in this body haven't been great ones. Maybe I haven't made enough friends, maybe I don't know, but my bills don't tend to move anywhere. But I'm not making a new bill. I'm not making something that hasn't been vetted. I am simply adding money to a program that exists called the Agricultural Loan Guarantee Program. It's in section 58052, and so of the appropriate code. And all I'm asking here, Senator, is to fund the program we created many, many years ago. That's it. That's it, to help our farmers with $50 million, because last week on Friday, $24 million was yanked out of their pockets. And by the way, some kids aren't going to get fed.
And I appreciate that, and I heard you say over and over that you don't want to create political theater, but there is a way to address this without creating the political theater that you've created today by happenstance or whatever purpose. And I'm just suggesting that there is a way to address this appropriately rather than to come in, and I'm not on finance this time, but I know the hours and hours and hours that they've put in to get to this point. And I think taking a few steps that are normal steps for legislation would be appropriate at this time. But I thank you for your time.
Well, I guess that wasn't a question. This is the appropriate way through this process, but thank you.
Senator, can you come forward for a moment?
Me or him?
Senator Gutierrez. Members, time to go back to work. Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your time. Really, I mean that. Thanks to your help and along with Senator Huffman, I'll agree to pull down the amendment, the rider at this time. We're going to work on this as that bill goes over to the House.
Thank you.
And we'll make sure that our farmers and ranchers are taken care of.
Everyone in here appreciates our farmers and ranchers. Thank you, Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment of the committee substitute, Senate Bill 1.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
31 ayes, no nays. The bill passes to engrossment. We're going to come right back to you, Senator Huffman. Senator Zaffirini, for a brief recognition, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, it is my pleasure to introduce former Senator Chet Edwards, a former congressman who joins us today and has been watching us in the East Gallery. Welcome, former Senator and former Congressman Chet Edwards.
Thank you, Senator. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1, General Appropriations Bill.
Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to vote for the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1 and to rise in support of it. I'm grateful for the tireless leadership of Chair Huffman, fellow members of the Senate Finance Committee, and LBB and Senate staff for their impressive diligence and collaboration. In addition to those mentioned by Chair Huffman and the chairs of the work groups, I'm especially proud of the $3 billion in dedicated funding to establish the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. This initiative would position Texas as a national leader in Alzheimer's, an investment especially critical to Senate District 21, home to 5 of the top 20 counties with the highest Alzheimer's rates. I also strongly support the additional resources for adult protective and guardianship services, which will help hire more caseworkers and supervisors and raise salaries and rates. Senate Bill 1 also authorizes more than $4 billion to increase teacher compensation, offering $2,500 raises to teachers with at least 3 years of experience and $5,500 to those with 5 or more. And I applaud the inclusion of significant resources to strengthen judicial conduct oversight, enhance accountability, and increase judicial compensation. The proposed budget includes a rider authorizing a new grant program to fund local railroad grade separation projects, critical improvements that will enhance safety and reduce delays at busy crossings, such as in my hometown of Laredo. Several important higher education requests were placed in Article 11, and I hope they will be moved to their appropriate articles as the budget process continues. I'm confident, Mr. President and members, we will continue to collaborate to ensure our priorities are reflected in the final Conference Committee report. Together, we can craft a final budget that reflects the trends and values and needs of all Texans. Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Chair Huffman, members and staff, and I am proud to vote for this budget at this time.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini, and thank you for your work on the committee. You never miss a minute. Senator Huffman, you're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I move final passage, I want to make sure I thank everyone who participated in the writing of this bill. Very importantly, my entire Senate Finance staff, your wonderful staff that's sitting back there. Hi, everybody. And of course, the LBB staff for all their contributions. And of course, you, Lieutenant Governor, for giving me the privilege of serving in this capacity and all the input that you've given me and all of us as we went through this very long process. I'll say to the members, we've still got a ways to go, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you so that it is all our budget, the Senate's budget. And with that, I move final passage of the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1.
And thanks to Stacy and Sean and Mike Morrissey. I believe this is your 20th budget over 40 years, and Brian Matthew and Joaquin all did a great job, and your team, so thank you. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, no nays. The budget passes. Thank you, members. Members, time to go back to work. We need to do a couple of things here, about 2 or 3 things. We have committees that want to meet. Chair lays out committee substitute SCR 25. Secretary will read the caption. No. Sorry, let me back up. You are recognized to spend the regular order of business on committee substitute for SCR 25. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 25.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Now the chair lays out committee substitute for SCR 25. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute SCR 25, urging the Houston City Council to construct a memorial pedestrian bridge in honor of Sergio Ivan Rodriguez.
Members, if we can have some quiet. This is a very important resolution dealing with the death of a young man. So if everyone can be quiet behind the rail and on the floor. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. President. On December the 9th of last year, Sergio Rodriguez, a student at Milby High School in Houston's East End, was tragically struck and killed by a train while walking to school. This tragedy not only shook the Milby High School community and the East End community, but also myself as an alum of Milby High School. Sadly, this was not the first time that one of our neighbors has lost their life or been badly injured by a train. Sergio was a dedicated sophomore with a deep passion for football. As a proud member of the Milby High School team, he spent countless hours on the field, honing his skills and giving the game his all. But his impact reached far beyond sports. He was known for his infectious sense of humor and his unwavering ability to make those around him feel valued. Sergio cherished time with his family and friends. He was a true blessing to everyone who knew him, and his absence will be profoundly felt by all he touched. SCR 25 represents a commitment by the state to preventing future tragedies. This resolution urges the Houston City Council to construct a pedestrian bridge over the railroad tracks near Milby High School and name it in Sergio's honor. I recently met with the family, and their wish is that we don't lose another life like this. He and his family will be advocates on rail safety. Mr. President, I cannot thank you enough. You just unsolicited, without any solicitation or any advocacy from my part, you immediately voiced your public support to get this done. And ladies and gentlemen, in the budget that we passed today, the rider to fund this bridge, this pedestrian bridge over Broadway near Milby High School, is in our budget. So I want to thank Senator Huffman for your support with that. And I also want to thank Mayor Whitmire, who has been engaged in this conversation since the very beginning. And he and his team are ready to work on this. And things usually don't happen this quick to get the money, to get the bridge built. And Lieutenant Governor, you made it happen. And I'm forever grateful for that. His family, they are watching in our district office. And if you would indulge me, I would just like to say hello to them. Quiero saludar a los padres de Sergio que están mirando en mi oficina en Houston. Lamentamos su pérdida y esperamos que hoy le traiga algo de consuelo y paz en su corazón, en su mente. I want them to know that what we're doing today, I hope it brings them some comfort, some peace in their heart and in their mind. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Yeah, Senator, 31 members always are going to do the right thing. And we knew this would be the right thing. And hopefully this will prevent this from ever happening again, not just there, but across. We've put significant money into grade crossings in this budget. and thanks to Robert Nichols and others that have all helped with Senator Huffman. So,
And if you will, Mr. President, we're going to take up a bill by Senator Nichols, and I'm proud to be a joint author of it because it does establish the $350 million grant program to allow other communities in our state to apply for money to be able to build grade separations. And it also gives TxDOT the authority to construct this project over a non-state highway. So Senator Nichols, you've been a wonderful partner in this. Thank you. And let me say to Union Pacific and to the railroad companies, don't let this be misunderstood as you're off the hook, because you still have a responsibility to respect and be accountable to the communities that you are running through. In our community, sometimes people are waiting for a train that stalled for 2, 4, I've even seen it for 16 hours. So while this is a positive initiative, something good that we're doing, the railroad companies, you're not off the hook. We're still going to hold you accountable. Thank you again, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for your attention to this. I move adoption.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes. And members, let's stand in memory to this young man who tragically lost his life. Thank you, members. And to the family, I don't speak Spanish, but please give them my love. And we're proud that this is going to happen. And we mourn with them. Thank you. Thank you, members. Senator Nichols, you're recognized as committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business for committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555. Members, I think that Senator Alvarado did a great job of laying this bill out, and I thank everybody. So it is a joint bill between herself and I, and it was also implemented in effect because the Lieutenant Governor said this would be something we should do. But also during the 88th session, the committee Transportation came up with various recommendations from our interim studies. During that hearing, it was determined that the committee should further investigate rail grade separations. They improve safety, emergency response times, economic productivity, congestion mitigation, and so much more. So this bill creates a grant program for railroad grade separations. And it's for projects that are not on the state system, but they're on city and county roads. The bill requires TxDOT to award grants to those political subdivisions for those rail grade separation projects that are located at intersections of railroads and roads in cities and counties. The bill also requires a 10% local match from the jurisdiction, and it makes sure that projects are competitively bid by TxDOT, and that's what the bill does. And with that, I move suspending the regular order of business for committee substitute at Senate Bill 1555.
And Senator Nichols, it's been a long time. I don't know the last time that this legislative body has put that much money into grade crossings, correct?
Fast.
But it's been a long time. Motion is to suspend the regular business. Any objections? Hearing none. Chair lays out in second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1555 relating to a grant program to fund certain railroad grade separation projects.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passes to engrossment. You're recognized by the constitutional 3-day rule. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555. Secretary, read the caption. Oh, I'm sorry. You're recognized by the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule on committee substitute 1555.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1555 relating to a grant program to fund certain railroad grade separation projects.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1555.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Thank you, members. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.13 so that committees may meet during the reading and referral of bills. Motion by Zaffarini.
Any objection on the motion? Hearing none, motion adopted. The President's desk is clear, members. Any announcements? Senator Flores?
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Criminal Justice will reconvene at 2:50 in room E1016 to continue our hearing and vote on posted bills.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will reconvene today, March 25th in E1028 to continue our committee agenda at 3:45 p.m. upon adjournment and recess, beginning with voting pending business.
Any other announcements? Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, March 26, pending the reading and referral of bills.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, March 26, pending the reading and referral of bills. Thank you, members.
Senate Bill 2198 by Hughes relating to the relocation, adjustment, and ownership of commercial signs to transportation. Senate Bill 2201 by Birdwell and Blanco relating to intelligence databases for combinations, criminal street gangs, and foreign terrorist organizations to border security. Senate Bill 2202 by Birdwell and Eckhart relating to the trafficking of a firearm to a foreign terrorist organization to border security. Senate Bill 2203 by Birdwell relating to rules providing for certification of issues to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality in contested cases to natural resources. Senate Bill 2204 by Birdwell relating to the applicability of uniform grant and contract management standards to certain Texas Water Development Board programs to water, agricultural, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2205 by Birdwell relating to the revocation of a driver's license for failure to pay a civil penalty to state affairs. Senate Bill 2206 by Betancourt and Huffman relating to a franchise tax credit for and the application of sales and use taxes to certain research and development expenses to finance. Senate Bill 2207 by Hall relating to prohibiting the Texas Medical Board from regulating certain physician advertising to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2208 by Hall relating to the procedures for the testing of voting system equipment to state affairs. Senate Bill 2209 by Hall relating to the required use of hand-marked paper ballots for all elections to state affairs. Senate Bill 2210 by Hall relating to the public inspection of election records to state affairs. Senate Bill 2211 by Sparks relating to a qualifying cogenerator that serves a large load in a co-located desalination facility to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2213 by Zaffarini relating to procedures regarding certain persons who are or may be persons with a mental illness or intellectual or developmental disability to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2214 by Zaffarini relating to permitting by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality of solid waste facilities to water, agricultural, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2215 by Campbell relating to the right of property owners to challenge municipal zoning regulations and boundaries to local government. Senate Bill 2216 by Hughes relating to security of election system equipment to state affairs. Senate Bill 2217 by Hughes relating to certain election practices and procedures to state affairs. Senate Bill 2218 by Zaffarini relating to regulating charitable bingo to state affairs. Senate Bill 2219 by Huffman relating to certain procedures in connection with a bond forfeiture to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2220 by Zaffarini relating to the removal of a student from public school for the possession, use, or delivery of e-cigarettes to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2221 by Parker relating to the filing of a fraudulent financing statement in relation to certain secured transactions to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2222 by Parker relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the total appraised value of real property used as a data center to local government. Senate Bill 2223 by Parker relating to amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2224 by Zaffarini relating to the execution of a certificate of completion and to imposing certain requirements under a retail installment contract for the purchase of distributed renewable generation resources to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2225 by Hancock relating to the creation of a spirit cooler certificate to state affairs. Senate Bill 2226 by Nichols relating to requirements for loans or grants provided by the Texas Transportation Commission to aviation facilities to transportation. Senate Bill 2227 by Eckhart relating to notification by the Secretary of State when a person convicted of a felony may register to vote to state affairs. Senate Bill 2228 by Zaffarini relating to the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2229 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to change of venue in certain criminal cases involving a peace officer to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2231 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to requiring the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to waive fees for admission applications submitted to public institutions of higher education during certain periods to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2232 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to designating October 21 as Unplugged Texas Day to Administration. Senate Bill 2233 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to a prohibition on certain persons supporting terrorist activity at public institutions of higher education to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2234 by Creighton relating to the Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund of certain municipalities to finance. Senate Bill 2235 by Betancourt relating to the authority of a political subdivision to impose a fee to fund a climate or environmental project to local government. Senate Bill 2236 by Betancourt relating to prohibiting certain preferences in the political subdivision contractor selection process to local government. Senate Bill 2237 by Betancourt relating to severance pay for certain political subdivision employees to local government. Senate Bill 2238 by Betancourt relating to the authority of a county or municipality to prohibit or restrict the use of a certain mode of transportation on a roadway to local government. Senate Bill 2239 by Alvarado relating to charitable raffles conducted by certain intercollegiate athletic teams to state affairs. Senate Bill 2240 by Cocourse relating to public meetings held by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality on request for authorization to operate a composting facility to natural resources. Senate Bill 2241 by West relating to policies and procedures for addressing data violence in public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2242 by West relating to school district policies on dating violence to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2243 by West relating to the authority of the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles to require that a vehicle trailer or semi-trailer have a vehicle identification number inspection to transportation. Senate Bill 2244 by Hancock relating to the eligibility of certain persons to provide services as an employee, volunteer, or contractor for certain agencies, including public school contractors, Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2245 by West relating to procedures for the issuance of a bonded title for a motor vehicle to transportation. Senate Bill 2246 by West relating to motor vehicle titles for salvage vehicles to transportation. Senate Bill 2247 by West relating to applications for title for certain salvage vehicles to transportation. Senate Bill 2248 by West relating to automatic participation by certain county employees in deferred compensation plans provided by certain counties to finance. Senate Bill 2249 by Hughes relating to references to years in instructional material used in public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2250 by Cocourse relating to disclosure of a beneficiary to a funeral director under a life insurance policy to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2251 by Creighton relating to the creation of the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District Number 259 to local government. Senate Bill 2252 by Creighton relating to measures to support kindergarten readiness and early literacy and numeracy skills for public school students to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2253 by Creighton relating to the preparation and certification of public school educators to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2254 by Flores relating to the sale of charitable raffle tickets by certain nonprofit wildlife conservation associations to state affairs. Senate Bill 2255 by Sparks and Middleton relating to the occupational licensing of military spouses to veteran affairs. Senate Bill 2256 by Cook relating to the definition of ectopic pregnancy to state affairs. Senate Bill 2257 by Cook relating to the definition and provision of an abortion-inducing drug to state affairs. Senate Bill 2258 by Cook relating to housing finance corporations to local government. Senate Bill 2259 by Cook relating to removing certain tax exemptions for leasehold or other possessory interest in public facilities granted by public facility corporations to local government. Senate Bill 2260 by Cook relating to reports on information regarding certain multifamily residential developments to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs to local government. Senate Bill 2261 by Cook relating to a restriction on the authority to disperse money paid into the tax increment fund for a tax increment financing reinvestment zone to pay certain project costs for the zone to economic development. Senate Bill 2262 by Cook relating to regulation by municipalities in certain counties and certain prohibited state agency regulation of automated external defibrillators to local government. Senate Bill 2263 by Cook relating to certain duties regarding county jail prisoners confined in out-of-state correctional facilities to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2264 by Cook relating to the collection and reporting of information regarding mental health jail diversion to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2265 by Cook relating to preventing discrimination in foster care to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2266 by Cook relating to a seller's disclosure regarding real property located within a certain distance of a state or federal Superfund site to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2267 by Cook relating to prohibited steering or directing use of certain facilities for emergency care under certain health benefit plans to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2268 by Shortner relating to disbursement of initial funds under the Texas Energy Fund to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2269 by Perry relating to dispute resolution foreign enforcement actions against certain long-term care facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2270 by Miles relating to the renewal of certain air quality permits to natural resources. Senate Bill 2271 by Miles relating to the authority of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to authorize the transfer of an authorization to use a standard permit for certain concrete facilities to natural resources. Senate Bill 2272 by Miles relating to air quality permits for concrete crushing facilities to natural resources. Senate Bill 2273 by Miles relating to the monitoring of the opacity of emissions from certain concrete facilities to natural resources. Senate Bill 2274 by Miles relating to the response by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to certain complaints about certain concrete plants and crushing facilities to natural resources. Senate Bill 2275 by Miles relating to the submission of public comments regarding air, waste, or water permits issued by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to natural resources. Senate Bill 2276 by Miles relating to notice of an opportunity for a hearing on applications for authorization to use certain permits for concrete batch plants to natural resources. Senate Bill 2277 by Miles relating to prohibiting a public school from retaliating against an employee for reporting certain misconduct to educator K through 16. Senate Bill 2278 by Miles relating to notice of certain misconduct committed by a public school educator to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2279 by Miles relating to wage increase for certain public school employees to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2280 by Miles relating to the applicability of certain financial provisions to campus or campus program charter schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2281 by Miles relating to measures to assist students enrolled at public institutions of higher education who are homeless or who were in foster care to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2282 by Miles relating to authorizing school districts to provide funding using money received under the Foundation School Program to community-based organizations for purposes of reimbursing private employers for paid internships to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2283 by Hina Hosa of Nueces relating to the rights of Special Forces veterans who hold a license to carry a handgun to state affairs. Senate Bill 2284 by Hina Hosa of Nueces relating to the authority of a municipality or county to regulate certain matters related to firearms, air guns, archery equipment, and other weapons and related supplies to state affairs. Senate Bill 2285 by Miles relating to vegetation management by electric utilities and telecommunications providers to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2286 by Miles relating to the creation of an oversight advisory council on foster care placement to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2287 by Miles relating to the creation of the Child Care Advisory Council to Economic Development. Senate Bill 2288 by Miles relating to requiring the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement to study and report on incidents of racial profiling to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2289 by Miles relating to reports regarding county jail prisoners confined in out-of-state jails to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2290 by Miles relating to the eligibility of certain individuals for the Children with Special Health Care Needs Program to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2291 by Miles relating to the creation of the Texas Advanced Research Institute to finance. Senate Bill 2292 by Miles relating to prohibiting the use of electric resistance as a primary heat source in certain residential buildings to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2293 by Miles relating to the carrying of certain weapons on the premises of a public library to state affairs. Senate Bill 2294 by Miles relating to a franchise tax credit for entities that establish a grocery store, Healthy Corner store in a food desert to finance. Senate Bill 2295 by Miles relating to the authority of a municipality to authorize the creation or expansion of a political subdivision in the corporate boundaries or extraterritorial jurisdiction of the municipality to local government. Senate Bill 2296 by Miles and Cook relating to the development of a severe weather adaptation plan by certain entities to state affairs. Senate Bill 2297 by Paxton relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for hotel and convention center projects to economic development. Senate Bill 2298 by Paxton relating to the use of municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue and certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project by certain municipalities to economic development. Senate Bill 2299 by Johnson relating to the authority of a home rule municipality to adopt a charter amendment, ordinance, or other measure affecting the municipality's governmental immunity to local government. Senate Bill 2300 by Johnson relating to the termination and compensation of a city manager to local government. Senate Bill 2301 by Johnson relating to municipal charters that set a minimum or maximum number of municipal employees to local government. Senate Bill 2302 by Johnson relating to certain fees charged to tenants of residential properties to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2303 by Johnson relating to the definition of holster for purposes of certain criminal offenses to state affairs. Senate Bill 2304 by Johnson relating to the age at which a juvenile court may exercise jurisdiction over a child and to the minimum age of criminal responsibility to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2305 by Johnson relating to extreme risk protective orders to state affairs. Senate Bill 2306 by Parker relating to the provision of adoption cost information by a licensed child placing agency to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2307 by Parker relating to creating the criminal offense of operating a premises for unlawful controlled substance consumption to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2308 by Parker relating to the establishment of a grant program to fund the United States Food and Drug Administration's drug development trials with ibocaine for the purpose of securing the administration's approval as a medication for treatment of opioid use disorder to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2309 by Hughes relating to election integrity and security of ballot boxes to state affairs. Senate Bill 2310 by Paxton relating to transparency regarding requirements to complete a certificate or degree program in a public institution of higher education to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2311 by Paxton relating to the requirements for the operational plan for certain general residential operations licensed by the Health and Human Services Commission to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2313 by Paxton relating to health benefit plan coverage of anxiety and pain management in connection with insertion or removal of prescription contraceptive devices to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2314 by Creighton relating to the creation of an electronic platform and submission portal known as My Texas Future teacher to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2315 by Parker relating to cost overage exemption for interconnection of advanced nuclear reactors to the ERCOT transmission system to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2316 by Parker relating to the installation by the Texas Department of Transportation of highway signs for certain cultural attractions to transportation. Senate Bill 2317 by Parker relating to the exemption from sales and use taxes for certain information provided by or on behalf of a homeowners association to finance. Senate Bill 2318 by Menendez relating to the administration of a retirement health care plan for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities to finance. Senate Bill 2319 by Hagenbu relating to automobile liability insurance requirements for transportation network company drivers to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2320 by King relating to increasing the criminal punishment for certain driving while intoxicated offenses to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2321 by King relating to the regulation of emissions by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality during an event affecting electric demand or grid reliability to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2322 by King relating to the applicability of the compelling factor test within the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act to economic development. Senate Bill 2323 by Johnson relating to the disclosure of certain information regarding a record of a collision or violation involving a person operating a railroad, locomotive, or train to transportation. Senate Bill 2324 by Paxton et al. Relating to the cessation of tolls by toll project entities in certain circumstances to transportation. Senate Bill 2325 by Menendez relating to the inspection or removal by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation of elevators, escalators, and related equipment after a delay for or waiver of compliance to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2326 by Zaffarini relating to access to universal changing facilities in places of public accommodation and public buildings to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2327 by Zaffarini relating to the generation of electric power for sale by a water supplier sewer service corporation to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2328 by Campbell relating to the acceptance of and funding for certain forms of identification issued to persons unlawfully present in the United States to state affairs. Senate Bill 2329 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to investment of local government's money in banks located in this state to local government. Senate Bill 2330 by Parker relating to payroll deductions for certain state and local government employee organizations to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2331 by Parker relating to the Managed Care Consumer Choice Program to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2333 by Parker relating to resources for public school classroom teachers to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2334 by Parker relating to the storage of alcoholic beverages by an airline passenger transportation permittee to state affairs. Senate Bill 2335 by Parker relating to a comprehensive review of the centralized accounting and payroll system by the Department of Information Resources to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2336 by Colcourse relating to the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2337 by Hughes relating to the provision of proxy advisory services in connection with certain entities domiciled in this state to state affairs. Senate Bill 2338 by Zaffarini relating to the award of work for time credits to certain persons released on parole or to mandatory supervision to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2339 by Hughes relating to approval of graduate medical education by the Texas Medical Board to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2340 by Schwartner relating to examination of the records of filing entities and foreign filing entities by the Attorney General to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2341 by Zaffarini relating to the establishment of a grant program to provide financial assistance to counties for transportation assistance to indigent litigants to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2342 by Zaffarini relating to the application for appointment of a guardian and to requiring criminal history record information and other information in connection with the guardianship of a ward or the ward's estate to jurisprudence. Senate Bill 2343 by Zaffarini relating to online law enforcement reporting systems maintained or operated by or on behalf of a municipality or county to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2344 by Zaffarini relating to the placement of telephone corporation facilities in the right-of-way of certain county roads to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2346. Senate Bill 2346 by Alvarado relating to the jurisdiction of county attorneys to prosecute the deceptive trade practice of price gouging during a declared disaster to state affairs. Senate Bill 2347 by Alvarado relating to the process of establishing speed limits on a highway or road near a pre-kindergarten to transportation. Senate Bill 2348 by Alvarado relating to Medicare provider certification to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2349 by Alvarado relating to notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floodplain to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2350 by Alvarado relating to establishment of maximum allowable ground level concentrations of hydrogen sulfide by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to Natural Resources. Senate Bill 2351 by Alvarado relating to the construction, expansion, or modification of certain concrete plants under a standard permit to natural resources. Senate Bill 2352 by King relating to prohibiting, transporting, or funding the transportation of an unemancipated minor for an abortion to state affairs. Senate Bill 2353 by Alvarado relating to the creation of an environmental product declaration grant program for manufacturers of ready-mix concrete to natural resources. Senate Bill 2354 by Creighton, relating to the authority of certain persons to obtain third-party review of plats and property development plans, permits, and similar documents to local government. Senate Bill 2355 by Eckhart, relating to the designation of a portion of Farm Market Road 969 in Travis County as the Senior Police Officer Lewis Andy Traylor Memorial Highway to transportation. Senate Bill 2356 by Perry, relating to hospital staffing report processes and to retaliation and mandatory overtime protections for nurses to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2357 by Perry, relating to a maternal health training program for certain healthcare providers to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2358 by Perry, relating to the establishment of an electronic health record loan program for certain healthcare facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2359 by West, relating to notaries public to state affairs. Senate Bill 2360 by West, relating to equalizing compensation for certain wrongfully imprisoned persons to finance. Senate Bill 2361 by Colhorst and Betancourt, relating to the transfer of the University of Houston Victoria to the Texas A&M University system to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2362 by Creighton, relating to unlawful solicitation and distribution of a voter registration application to state affairs. Senate Bill 2363 by Creighton, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of unlawfully publishing a vote to state affairs. Senate Bill 2364 by Zaffarini, relating to a grant program to provide salary assistance for judicial and court personnel in rural counties to finance. Senate Bill 2365 by Creighton et al., relating to the use of personal wireless communication devices by students during instructional time to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2366 by Hughes and Paxton, relating to a grant program to fund certain short line railroad projects to transportation. Senate Bill 2367 by Colhorst, relating to the authority of certain counties to enact certain park use rules to local government. Senate Bill 2368 by Campbell et al., relating to affiliation with certain foreign entities of certain persons working or participating in the electricity market to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2369 by Campbell, relating to provisions of state law requiring diversity to state affairs. Senate Bill 2370 by Nichols, relating to the duty of the Comptroller of Public Accounts to provide certain information to a school district if the Comptroller determines in the study of the total taxable value of property in the district that the total local value for the district is not valid to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2371 by Nichols, relating to skimmers on electronic terminals to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2372 by Nichols, relating to the creation of the criminal offense of fraudulent use, possession, or tampering with gift cards or gift card data to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2373 by Johnson, relating to the financial exploitation or abuse of persons using artificially generated media or phishing communications to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2374 by Johnson, relating to the establishment of a grant program for the provision of menstrual products at public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2375 by Johnson, relating to non-substantive additions to, revisions of, and corrections in enacted codes to administration. Senate Bill 2376 by Johnson, relating to student access to certain academic records held by a public institution of higher education or career school or college to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2377 by Johnson, relating to the availability of certain working papers and electronic communications of certain administrative law judges to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2378 by Hancock, relating to a report on governmental opioid antagonist programs to reverse and prevent opioid overdoses to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2379 by Johnson, relating to the applicability of certain laws regarding peer-to-peer car sharing programs to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2380 by Menendez, relating to immunity from criminal liability for certain healthcare practitioners to state affairs. Senate Bill 2381 by Menendez relating to limitations on the use of administrative segregation by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2382 by Bettencourt relating to requiring county use of the statewide computerized voter registration list to state affairs. Senate Bill 2383 by Bettencourt relating to the employment of certain peace officers of the Department of Public Safety to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2384 by Hughes relating to the creation of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th regional administrative judicial districts to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2385 by Colcourse relating to the overnight parking of a commercial motor vehicle in or near certain residential subdivisions to transportation. Senate Bill 2386 by Miles relating to the provisions by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to the pertinent state representative and state senator of notice of certain administrative actions of the Commission to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. Senate Bill 2387 by Miles relating to the creation of the Office of Independent Oversight Ombudsman for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2388 by Hinojosa Hidalgo et al. Relating to managed care contracts to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2389 by Eckhart relating to entities authorized to provide water or sewer service to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. Senate Bill 2390 by Eckhart relating to the collection and reporting of data regarding race and ethnicity by the Texas Education Agency to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2391 by Eckhart relating to a study regarding the cost of child care in this state in comparison to family income to economic development. Senate Bill 2393 by Creighton relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the amount of the appraised value of real property that arises from the installation or construction on the property of a generator that is primarily for the production and distribution of energy for on-site use to local government. Senate Bill 2394 by Creighton relating to the information that must be included in a school district bond election proposition to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2395 by Creighton relating to general obligation bonds issued by school districts to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2396 by Huffman relating to certain duties of the owner or operator of a residential child detention facility to local government. Senate Bill 2397 by Perry relating to the establishment of a task force on disability policy to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2398 by Campbell and Creighton relating to certain accommodations for public school students diagnosed with a concussion or other brain injury to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2399 by Paxton and Hinojosa of Nueces relating to restrictions on the sale of obscene devices to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2400 by Parker relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2401 by Parker relating to governmental entities subject to the sunset review process to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2402 by Middleton et al. Relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Lottery Commission to state affairs. Senate Bill 2403 by Middleton et al. Relating to the functions and duties of the Texas Ethics Commission to state affairs. Senate Bill 2404 by Parker et al. Relating to the continuation and functions of the Department of Information and Resources to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2405 by Parker et al. Relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2406 by Paxton et al. Relating to the Sabine River Authority of Texas to local government. Senate Bill 2410 by Campbell and Flores relating to an exemption from sales and use taxes for game animals and exotic animals to finance. Senate Bill 2411 by Schwartner relating to business organizations to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2412 by Hagenbu relating to an exemption from sales and use taxes for firearms, ammunition, and other related items sold during a limited period to finance. Senate Bill 2413 by Hagenbu relating to the applicability of certain laws to tiny homes and tiny home communities to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2414 by Hagenbu relating to prohibiting the regulation of homeschool programs to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2415 by Hagenbu relating to the dissemination of certain school district ad valorem tax-related information to local government. Senate Bill 2416 by Hagenbu relating to a preference against state resources being used to compete against private commercial sources to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2417 by King relating to investigations conducted and actions brought by the Attorney General under the Texas Free Enterprise and Antitrust Act of 1983 to state affairs. Senate Bill 2418 by Paxton relating to timely billing requirements for healthcare service providers to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2419 by Paxton relating to the authority of a special district to exercise certain powers and duties following municipal disannexation of certain areas to local government. Senate Bill 2420 by Paxton and Colkhorst relating to the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices to state affairs. Senate Bill 2421 by Paxton relating to electronic device filters for certain obscene materials to state affairs. Senate Bill 2422 22 by Hall relating to investigations and disciplinary or punitive action by the Texas Medical Board regarding certain treatments or practices regarding COVID-19 to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2423 by Hall relating to the imposition of a tax on certain entities that receive certain federal tax credits related to investing in and development in renewable energy projects to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2424 by Hall relating to access by a member of the legislature or the lieutenant governor to certain governmental meetings or enforcement actions to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2426 by Hall and Blanco relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain conduct constituting the offense of dogfighting to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2427 by Hall relating to the use of impact fees by a political subdivision to local government. Senate Bill 2428 by Hall relating to diagnosis, maintenance, and repair of certain digital electronic equipment to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2429 by Hughes relating to genetic information security for residents of this state to state affairs. Senate Bill 2430 by Hughes relating to measures to protect public institutions of higher education from foreign adversaries to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2431 by Campbell relating to requiring foreign language credit opportunities for students enrolled in study abroad programs to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2432 by Parker relating to periodic occupational cancer screenings for firefighters to local government. Senate Bill 2433 by Parker relating to negotiated rulemaking by the Commissioner of Insurance to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2434 by Parker relating to the prioritization of natural gas deliveries to certain electric power generation units to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2435 by Parker relating to the prosecution of the offenses of trafficking of persons and continuous trafficking of persons to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2436 by Parker relating to participation in administration of contributions to and benefits under the Texas Municipal Retirement System to finance. Senate Bill 2437 by Parker relating to requirements for notice advertising the sale of property to enforce a self-service storage facility lien to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2438 by Zaffarini relating to conditions of community supervision for defendants convicted of certain criminal offenses involving animals to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2439 by Zaffarini relating to the operation of off-highway vehicles to transportation. Senate Bill 2440 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of code enforcement officers and code enforcement officers in training to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2441 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of pre-production plastic by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to Natural Resources. Senate Bill 2442 by Zaffarini relating to educational requirements for licensing as an audiologist to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2443 by Zaffarini relating to electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2444 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of sanitarians and sanitarians in training to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2445 by Zaffarini relating to access to criminal history record information by certain legal services providers to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2446 by Sparks relating to the governance of local mental health authorities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2447 by Sparks relating to reporting requirements for assisted reproductive technology to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2448 by Sparks relating to rural workforce development to economic development. Senate Bill 2449 by Sparks relating to financial assurance requirements for operators under the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas to Natural Resources. Senate Bill 2450 by Hughes relating to the participation and reimbursement of and requirements affecting certain providers, including providers of eye health care and vision care under Medicaid to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2451 by Hancock relating to the creation of a grant program to assist local law enforcement agencies in testing certain substances suspected of containing Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol to state affairs. Senate Bill 2452 by Hancock relating to the compensation of the chief appraiser of an appraisal district to local government. Senate Bill 2453 by Hancock relating to the memorial designation of certain portions of an international border wall and the use of grants related to Homeland Security for those purposes to border security. Senate Bill 2454 by Hancock relating to the rights and responsibilities of a foster parent to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2455 by Hancock relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2456 by Hughes relating to religious programs and activities available to inmates of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2457 by Hughes relating to clarity and certainty in the administration and operation of Medicaid to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2458 by Hughes relating to the audit of claims and recovery of overpayments by Medicaid recovery audit contractors to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2459 by Creighton relating to the protection of personal identifying information of certain persons in the judicial system to state affairs. Senate Bill 2460 by Creighton relating to rapid DNA analysis performed by certain law enforcement agencies to criminal justice. SJR 72 by Parker, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation the total appraised value of real property used as a data center to local government. SJR 73 by Creighton, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation the amount of the appraised value of real property that arises from the installation or construction on the property of a generator that is primarily for the production and distribution of energy for on-site use to local government. SJR 75 by Johnson, proposing a constitutional amendment creating the Workforce Housing Fund to local government. SJR 77 by Middleton, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of part of the market value of the residence homestead of a partially disabled veteran to local government. SJR 79 by Menendez, proposing a constitutional amendment increasing the amount of debt that may be secured by a homestead for purposes of refinancing a loan, including those with an extension of credit guaranteed by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs to Business and Commerce. SJR 80 by Gutierrez, proposing a constitutional amendment dedicating some of the interest in the permanent school fund to universal pre-kindergarten and school safety allotment to finance. SJR 81 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation a portion of the market value of tangible personal property a person owns that is held or used for the production of income to local government. SJR 82 by Johnson, proposing a constitutional amendment to be submitted to the voters of Texas for approval, authorizing the legislature to strictly regulate and authorize casino gaming and sports wagering by general law to state affairs.
Pursuant to the motion previously adopted, the Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. tomorrow.